What's up? What's up? What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Inside the Hashes live NFL draft reaction show. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but Christmas come early, okay? The NFL draft is here. I am ecstatic. I cannot wait. I've been waiting for this all year. It's my favorite part of the off season, as you all may or may not know. If you didn't, you do now. NFL draft is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, and I cannot wait. I'm your host. My name is Avery Collins, and I'm joined by an ITH vet. Literally came in as the youngest person in Inside the Hashes history. Now is just he's an alum. He's a vet at this point. He's goated. My man, Sam Kirk. Sam, say what's up to the people.
What's up, everyone? Glad to be here with my man Avery. This has been every time we've been able to do this together. It's been some special stuff. So, I'm ready for tonight. I'm happy I get to ride out with you, brother. Let's ride. I mean, who knows what's gonna happen? I think a lot of people they have no clue. You know what I mean? Once we get past 1-2, I think it's gonna be a toss up.
Listen, man, it's definitely going to be a toss up. It's going to be interesting to see. I agree with you. 1-2 is like you kind of know what's probably going to happen, and after that, it's going to be. We should see some fireworks. We should definitely see some fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not done so, if you don't see right there, all the way over there on the other side of your screen, there is a QR code. Please scan that QR code. It's going to tell you exactly what you need to do. It's going to take you exactly where you need to go for everything and all your football needs. And so, yeah, with that being said, if you are watching live right now, leave us your comments. Who do you think is going number one overall? Who do you want your team to pick? Let us know. As a matter of fact, also, please, please, please share this. Share this right now. Share this live right now. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do so right now. I'm going in right now and I'm going to share this live to my social media feed as well. That way, everybody can get on and watch our reactions. Now, I understand if you're tuned into the show, so I get it. I get it if you are. I'm not mad at you. But if you are somebody who likes the reactions, please, please, please share this. And if you don't like the reaction, share it anyway, just to support. Appreciate it. So yes, we are live, and the draft is getting ready to start. We're about 3 minutes away from the draft. It's going to be a very, very phenomenal time. I've got my thoughts and my ideas about who is going number one. Sam, let's jump right into it. Who do you think is going number one overall?
I think it's Bryce Young. I think the Panthers are pretty set on Bryce Young. Just being that I think overall he might be the best prospect. Maybe not the best player, but I love what this guy is on and off the field. I think he's a special human being. He's someone you could build a franchise around. And I think the Panthers are trying to find an identity again, and they need to find that identity.
Yeah.
And you're making comparisons to Cam, and you're making other comparisons to whatever they had in the past. But I think Bryce Young is completely different. He throws the football very, very well. I heard Nick Saban talking about him probably 20, 30 minutes ago. He said he was a point guard playing quarterback. That's how he said he's a ball distributor. He knows how to get his talented weapons the football. And I think that's what a lot of the NFL is about. So I think Carolina shouldn't overthink this too much. Ride with the prospect from Alabama who's won before, who's played the competition. And I think Bryce Young's the ultimate candidate here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to agree with you there. I think Bryce Young is the pick here. I mean, I understand if you want to go CJ Stroud based on the size concerns with Bryce Young. I even understand Anthony Richardson with how the NFL is trending with the quarterbacks and all those different things. But I'm just I think again from a quarterback perspective, I think he's the best one, right? So I think I would agree with you here. I would agree with you. Bryce Young is the guy for me. And this is not me being a Bama fan bias. It's just what he's put on tape consistently year after year, Heisman winner. Like the guy is he's pro ready. and they had questions about his size in college. He got it done. We've seen other guys who had questionable size get it done. Drew Brees, Tua, even though we've seen him, get hurt and different things like that. But those injuries could happen to any quarterback. That has nothing to do with size, at least in Tua's injury case. Kyler Murray, we've seen these guys be successful. So Russell Wilson, right? So do I think he needs to put on maybe 10 pounds? Yeah, sure, maybe 7 to 10 pounds of muscle. But yeah, so I think Bryce Young is absolutely the pick. But it's getting ready to go, and I can't wait for it. I'm excited. Now, everybody who doesn't know, I'll inform you that Sam Kirk is a Giants fan. So, being a Giants fan, Sam, what are you looking for your team to do? What do you think the Giants are going to do with their picks?
I think they're going to end up going cornerback and trying to help that secondary. It's pretty bleak besides Adoree Jackson and Xavier McKinney. They lost Julian Love this offseason. So obviously I think they need more help on the back end, and they know that. But I do think that if a wide receiver falls into that range, they're not going to be afraid to snag a Zay Flowers type of player at 25. So I'm excited to see where they go, but I do have a pretty good idea where they're looking at. But there's also been some breaking news, as we can see over here. Our boss, Jerome Jones, sure out the boss
Yeah.
right now. But Eagles and Cardinals had a tampering investigation. I guess it's involving Jonathan Gannon talking to the Cardinals before he was officially not a member of the Eagles coaching staff anymore. So they're swapping third-round picks, and the Cardinals are getting a fifth-round pick. So that's interesting. I don't think that's ever really happened before. It's definitely something to kind of consider and think about. But
very interesting.
I've never really seen anything like that, so I thought it was worth bringing up.
Very, very, very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see here how that plays out, what they turn those picks into, right? So right now, after as you know, the NFL draft is live. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock, and not officially on the clock, but they're on the clock. They're going to be the first pick unless we see a trade, unless we see them trade back or do something like that, which I'm sure we don't expect to happen.
Yeah, I think
but we've seen stranger things happen in the NFL draft. So with that being said, it's going to be very interesting to see what they do with their number one overall pick. You got again Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe go defense and take Jalen Carter. CEO Mr. Jerome Jones, what's up, sir? Appreciate you jumping on. Thank you so much. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they take a Jalen Carter, a Will Anderson, something like that. I mean, those guys are players that can change your your team as well. So I love it. So did we see the Eagles Cards news? Yes, we did. We did. As a matter of fact, we just reported on it. Thank you so much, Sam Kirk. Breaking news, breaking the news out for us. So it's going to be very interesting to see. So if it seems like we're not paying attention to our to the camera, or we're not looking at our camera, it's just because we're watching the show, just like you guys are. We want to be up to date with the information here. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting. So Sam, you said you want your team to go defensive back, and you're looking at who potentially. Is there any specific DB that you feel is the guy that's going to change or help change the secondary of your team? As you stated, you've got Adoree Jackson, who's been a Pro Bowler and all those different things. Who do you think is a good fit beside him?
In a dream world, I think Joey Porter Jr. falls to 25 somehow, but I just don't. I can't see it happening. I think him, Witherspoon, and Gonzalez are probably going to be all off the board by pick 20. And if that's not the case, I'd be pretty surprised. And I honestly would want the Giants to move up in that case. But Joey Porter Jr., Penn State guy, I go to Penn State. I mean, I've watched him play. He is a phenomenal outside corner, very physical. He's got NFL roots. I feel like teams always love that when they have some history with the league. His dad played in the league. And I don't know. I mean, other than that, I like Deonte Banks from Maryland. I think he could be a very solid prospect. I expect him to go in round one as well. Emmanuel Forbes is another guy that I like from Mississippi State. He had 6 picks last year, and he's just a ball hawk. And I think he's one of those guys that is also probably going to go in this round. A Michigan guy, DJ Turner. I like him as well. So that's kind of where I'm looking in the secondary right now. There's one wild card name I have for the Giants is Brian Branch, safety from Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Dable has a lot of connections to Alabama, and the Giants love their Bama guys. So I could see them being willing to take a safety and maybe have him play in the slot a bit, maybe some outside. He seems versatile enough to be able to, kind of select him there.
Yeah, that's actually kind of where I would thought you would lean, is more so safety, especially, with the whole Jabril Pepper situation. So I that's kind of where I thought you were leaning, but at the same time, I can definitely understand corner. The kid from Maryland, you just said his name. I'm gagging already. Yeah. I think he's one of the most underrated players in this draft. Like, I think he's really good. I think he's got Pro Bowl potential. I think he's got a potential to be really, really good. But yeah, I believe that he's got potential to be really, really good. I like he plays with discipline and good technique. And so yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, he's from Maryland. Some people might think kind of less of that, but at the same time, he's playing the Big Ten dogs. He is playing the top competition. He is 100% cornerback one, playing the toughest wide receiver week in, week out, getting killed in games. That takes a toll on you. So I mean, I think he's probably got a chip on his shoulder. If he's taken at the end of this round one, he could be a dangerous player.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen guys from quote unquote, I don't want to say smaller schools, but schools that aren't necessarily as big as those, those SEC teams, your Alabama, your LSU's, and they come in and be so Facebook user, we don't know who you are. What is your name here? We don't know who you are. If you could drop your name and let us know. Thank you for tuning in. But yeah, I mean, we've seen guys like Sauce Gardner, right? For example, at a Cincinnati. So it's just like, no, he's not in that upper echelon, quote unquote, of schools, right? That like I said, your Bama's, your LSU's, your Notre Dame's, but Cincinnati's nothing to sneeze at. And he was, again, cornerback number one, going against every single number one receiver, and then gets to the NFL, and it translated extremely well. His talent you could argue as a rookie, he was the best corner in the NFL last year. Like, you could literally argue that, and I don't think you're going to get too much pushback from people for that. He was that good. So, yeah, I mean, I would like it. For me, as a Falcons fan, I'll talk about my Falcons a little bit here. I'm loving what Terry's doing as far as best player available, right? I think that's been really great. I mean, outside of wide receiver, like I don't think we need another wide receiver. Like, I don't think that's the pick there. If we're thinking wide receiver, we want trade back. Right, trade back, stockpile some picks in order to get, because I think the wide receivers in this draft are actually going to fall a little bit. For me, I like best player available. Like I said, I would prefer to go edge rush. I think that has been our biggest Achilles heel the past couple of years, is that we can't put any pressure on the quarterback. I love that we re-signed Lorenzo Carter. Arnold Ebiketie looks to be coming into his own a bit. Like I said, we did sign Bud Dupree. But I still believe that we need a little bit more. Somebody who's just going to be that guy that's like, man, you have to account for him. And so I would love a Will Anderson if he falls that far. I mean, I don't think so, but I would love a Will Anderson if he falls that far, or something like that. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind a Jalen Carter if he, pairing him with a Grady Jarrett in the middle. I mean, it'll be really hard to run the ball, right? But I also wouldn't mind a Bijan Robinson. I love what we did last year running the football. We had a 1,000-yard rookie running back who didn't even start the first 4 games of the season in Tyler Algier. And he was a silent 1,000-yard rusher. I mean, we can run the football, so I think you put Bijan in that system with Arthur Smith, who obviously knows how to get greatness out of his running backs. I mean, i.e. Derrick Henry in Tennessee. I wouldn't mind it, but preferably, if I had my preference, it would be pass rush. So
Yeah.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see here.
Well, we're getting pretty close now. I think the Panthers just officially being on the clock. But I think we should talk about what Houston's going to do once Bryce Young goes off the board. Knock on wood. Like you just brought Will Anderson. I mean, I think this has kind of been the debate of the draft, where should Houston, double down and take the quarterback, and
Yeah,
or should they wait next year? And I mean, I love next year's quarterback draft class. Luke
same.
May, Caleb Williams. I mean, those are two names that you might take over all these guys in this draft class. So I think it's something you have to consider. You have to. And when you're the Texans, you're probably not winning the AFC South. You're probably not making the postseason. So you get a guy like Will Anderson, maybe Jalen Carter even. You kind of just put him on that defense, and you keep trying to just build. You build. What's the difference between C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills this year, and maybe even next year? Like, is it that much? We don't know. I mean, if you're on a bad team, you're on a bad team. It's hard to win when your roster is kind of in shambles.
Man, I couldn't agree with you more. I think, and at the end of the day, it's a situation where the age-old adage, defense wins championships, right? So I think if you continue to just build that defense, you know, so I would love to see that them going defense, right? Will Anderson is the pick there for me um, if I'm the Texans. Let's see what we got going in the chat, Jerome. Y'all see the board?
I
Had to
think the
bring out the trophy.
Panthers are officially on the clock now. Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce are out there with their trophy right now.
Yeah. Our CEO is hating it a little bit. It's all good, but so yeah, they are on the clock, and we'll see what they do. I mean, now I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I feel like they drag this first round out a bit, especially these first like 5 picks. It's kind of like we know what's probably going to happen here, right?
Yeah.
There's typically every draft 5 guys that you're like they're probably going in the top 5, right? Why are we going to spend the entire 10 minutes on this first pick? It's just to make us sweat as fans, but it's like we're not even really making us sweat. We kind of already know what's about to happen. It's just who.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I don't know. But back to your point about the Texans, I think like I said, defense, right? Defense wins championships, and I agree with you that the quarterback class next year looks really, really good. So if you're not competitive, even though I believe Davis Mills is a decent quarterback, he's a serviceable quarterback in the NFL. We've seen the guy come in and play well. I think it's a situation where if you want to go defense here and try to target one of those guys next year, I'm not mad at that philosophy. I'm not mad at that philosophy at all. And here's the thing. Who knows? Maybe you become even more competitive next year. We saw, for example, how we're 11 minutes in and just getting on the clock. I feel you. We seen, for example, the Detroit Lions, right, with Aiden Hutchinson. The Detroit Lions were, I mean, a dumpster fire team in the NFL for years. He comes in and they become extremely competitive. Now, obviously, that comes with new coaching regime as well. The emergence of Amon-Ra St. Brown, all of those different things. Jamal Williams was playing out of his mind. All of those different things obviously play a factor into it. But I mean, Aiden Hutchinson, I mean, he was absolutely phenomenal. And now you're looking at Detroit like, well, maybe they don't have as many holes as we thought. Could Will
Yeah.
Anderson be that type of player? I don't believe he's of that caliber, but I do believe Will Anderson is a game changer. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I honestly think the Lions are one of my favorite teams in the NFC heading into next year. Like, when you're looking at that division now, who says they can't win it? I think they should be favorites. I mean, at this point, you trust Jordan Love to beat Detroit on the road. Minnesota being absolutely bad. I don't really see that happening either. But again, like the Bears definitely improved. But if I was going to pick any team from that division to win, I might be picking Detroit. And the fact that they have as many picks as they do in this draft, and they got 6 tonight, it's like, I don't know. They're going to be able to do a lot with that 6th pick, and they could easily move out of it too if they wanted to. I would honestly even recommend that, to be honest. If they don't love guys at 6, trade back, pile them up. You're not
Listen,
going to be a bad football team next year. You don't need Jalen Carter. You get 2 or 3 guys out of him instead of that 6th pick. I mean, you have a complete roster, maybe, So I could definitely see, like, the whole week, honestly, I viewed Detroit and Arizona, the 2 teams that could trade out of that top 10. And I think it's still that case. But I just think those 2 can really shake up this draft, like, fast.
yeah, no, I agree 100% with that. If they don't like what they see at number 6, I think you trade back and you stockpile some picks. Like you said, they're going to be competitive. So, I
Someone's going to
mean,
want Richardson at 6. Like, they're
oh,
going to think
absolutely,
about it. They're going to think about it. So,
absolutely. I could see, yeah, I could absolutely see somebody wanting,
or if there's a Levis
you know,
like lover and he's slid past the Colts, like someone's going to move up. Like last
absolutely.
night in our Inside the Hashes mock draft, I had Will Levis going to the Patriots, and it kind of got a little ridiculed a bit, but he fell all the way to 15. And I was saying, out of any coach, any organization, they would just be like, hey, we know our stuff. We're going to take our guy, and like, we're still going to be the New England Patriots, Like,
Yeah,
out of any team, they would be the ones to do that. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see where Levis and Richardson land, really.
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have given you any flack on that. I think that's a solid assessment. I mean, if they're not sold on Mac Jones, which he's been decent in his career so far. I won't say he's been horrible, but he's been decent.
There's just no
Yeah,
ceiling. Like,
yeah,
he's a game manager. Like, I don't think the Patriots are going to get, like, they are not going to win the AFC East with Mac Jones. That's how I view it.
yeah. No, I feel you. By the way, we're going to be here for a while, so I am definitely going to be eating while we are on this draft. If you feel free to do the same,
Yeah, will do.
um, because I'm hungry. So there's that, and I'm not going to wait 4 hours because they want to drag these picks out. Just got me something like quick hot dog, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could see the Panthers doing something like grabbing a CJ Stroud and literally throwing everything off. I think if it's not Bryce Young, that throws the draft off a little bit more, in my opinion, than anything else. How do you feel about that? Do you feel that okay, Bryce Young is there available at 2? Do you then say, wait a second, maybe we don't go defense here, maybe we go Bryce Young? Like you said, I mean the roster still has holes, but we've seen a Cincinnati Bengals team do something like that with a Joe Burrow, where they took Joe on a bad roster with a bad line, and I mean, out his rookie year, he was really good until he got hurt.
Yeah.
Next season, he gets to the Super Bowl. I mean, do you think that they would entertain that thought, or do you think it's still defense?
No, I think if he goes to 2, I honestly think they would get a call and they would get a load from somebody that just loves Bryce Young and knows they can't get him.
Mm-hmm.
I think somebody would jump at the chance to talk the Texans out of selecting him, and I don't think it would be too hard. You call and you offer 2 first-round picks, or somebody has a player that they want to get rid of. I mean, I could definitely see it. I kind of want to see some trades tonight. Know, like, it'd be cool to see DeAndre Hopkins go, and it'd be cool to see some. Okay, the pick's in, so
Yep,
we
the
got.
pick is in. Pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. The Carolina Panthers have officially submitted their pick, so we'll see exactly who it is very shortly. But as you were saying, Sam, you can continue until they actually get Roger on his way to the stage.
Yeah, no, I kind of lost what I was saying there, but I think the Panthers really just can't afford to kind of like just overthink this. There would have been a much clearer consensus about CJ Stroud, I believe, if he was going here at number 1. And I think quietly all day, everyone's just talked about Bryce Young and how amazing he's been through the draft process. That's all they're showing right now is Bryce Young. But I don't know. It'll definitely be interesting once we get to Houston, because that's kind of where the draft begins. And I don't know if they like Stroud enough. I didn't really hear much reports kind of linking Stroud to Yep, Bryce Young just went number one, so that's official. We might be a little bit behind on the live stream, but Bryce Young did go number one overall. So
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We heard it here first. Bryce Young, drafted #1 overall. Yep, just got the alert myself. I think that's the right pick. I don't think that they missed there. I think that's the guy that you want, right?
yeah, and I think it makes the Panthers fun to watch now. You know what I mean? You're looking for something to watch on Thursday night. You got Bryce Young and the young Panthers. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's just it's young, exciting, it's new. You know what I mean? It's something different. And I think he's a guy that is reliable. He's what you need as a leader now. And I think honestly, he's very like the mold of just the quarterback that you want. He has the arm angles, he moves around well. He is an overall very impressive quarterback, an impressive prospect, and it seems like a lot of people love the character side of him as well. So I think they knocked it out of the park this pick, and Carolina's gonna be on the upswing. I mean, it's a wacky division now. I mean, you know it yourself. It's a very weird division. And if you don't think Bryce Young could beat Baker Mayfield next year, like he can, like you know what I mean, like you never know. Like that division's always weird. So I expect Carolina to compete next year. I could see them being 7-10 or like around there. Like I don't think they're going to be brutal now. I think that Bryce Young's going to actually help them. I think they're going to be better with Bryce Young than they were last year. Their quarterback situation.
Yeah, no, I think he's definitely going to come in and compete. I think he's going to push. I wouldn't be surprised if Baker wins the starting job just because he's played in the NFL and started before. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Baker initially wins the starting job. But at the same time, you're going to get your #1 overall picks from playing time. I think he ends up, if not starting the season, he'll end up starting the season at some point.
Yeah.
Even if it's midway through the season, they're going to get that guy in and get him some reps. And so, yeah, I think one of the things that you hit the nail on the head that he has over Baker Mayfield is the fact that he's a leader. Nobody ever questions his leadership. That's one of the biggest questions that has been the issue in Baker's entirety of his career thus far is his attitude and is him being a leader. And so, yeah, I think for me, I think that's what's going to separate him. And I think that's what's going to really kind of change that locker room, change that organization is his leadership.
I think another thing about him is just his ability to make those plays that just no one else makes. It's very Mahomes, Justin Herbert-ish. Like you watch Young's tape, you see some throws just like it make you think. It's very tight angles on the run, 50 yards downfield, like throwing into tight spaces. So I don't know. This guy, I have a good feeling about Bryce Young. I like what the Panthers did. I think they handled it perfectly. You know what I mean? They didn't.
Yeah. And I think one of the things that's underrated about him is his mobility. Right?
Yeah.
He's not a scrambling quarterback, but he's a mobile quarterback.
Yeah, and he's quick. He's kind of got when he scrambles, you could see him set himself in the pocket, look around, and he's off.
Yep.
And I saw him slide. Like he knows how to get down, stay healthy. That's important too. Like we forgetting about that. That's important for Bryce Young. He was injured a little bit last year, but I think him coming back, playing in that bowl game, that says a lot. It's a meaningless bowl game for Alabama. They probably could have won with their backup quarterback, but he went out there knowing that he was guaranteed to be a top 5 pick. Still went out there, did his thing, got the dub.
Yeah,
I think he was just trying to prove the world, like, I'm healthy. I got injured. That happens, but we move on, and I'm still that same guy.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, because that's the toughness there, that aspect. If the Panthers did anything else, they would done.
Houston's already in too, so good little pace going so far.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well,
the Texans know who they're going with.
Let's talk about
it. Might be a Will Anderson then. They might just be like Will Anderson, best player of the draft. You know what I mean? Like that might be their thought process here.
It could be. It absolutely could be. I think they probably saw Bryce Young and said, okay, yep, we're taking Will. Right? Like, again, those first 5 picks we're looking at, we're like, it's probably going to be these 5 guys, right? Yeah. And outside of that, if anything changes in that, that's when it's like, whoa, okay, now we're like, okay, well, what's going to happen? So yeah, I think that you hit the nail on the head though with Bryce Young is again some of the throws, the tight throws, again the mobility. He reminds me of Aaron Rodgers in the sense that Aaron Rodgers isn't a scrambling quarterback, but he's a mobile quarterback.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, he's not a scrambling quarterback, he's a mobile quarterback. If you rush him enough, he can get out of the pocket and he can extend plays, but he can be accurate outside of the pocket on the run as well. He's got a really good arm as well. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing. And as far as like being a pocket passer, we know he can do that. He played it in Alabama. That's Nick Saban's kind of thing. It's like, I want you to throw the ball from the pocket. You run when you have to, and extend when you have to, but I want you to be a pocket passer. So I think they knocked it out the park with the first pick. Now the pick is in for Houston. They didn't waste our time. Who do you think is going number 2 here? Outside of Will Anderson.
Okay.
If it's not Will Anderson, who are
actually? Yeah, no one. I had this pick yesterday in our mock draft, and I didn't go with Anderson. I went with Tyree Wilson, and I think. Wow. Huh. So CJ Stroud just went.
Wow. All right.
They said they never wavered on their pick, despite plenty of speculation, and they believed Stroud is a quarterback of their future. Wow. There
it is.
That's good for you, though. To keep falling, right? Keep falling. That's good for you.
That's good for me. Yeah. That's fine with me. Number 1. Number 2, they said, "Hey, this is our pick. This is our guy."
Yeah, I was about to say that. That was the last thing I was about to say. I'm like, if they're sold, they should take him because
I love it.
He will 100% beat out Davis Mills.
I love.
He might not be that much better year 1, but he's going to beat him out, and they'll sell more tickets. So it's a good thing for Houston. It really is. It's a very kind of like bleak situation over there.
Yeah,
but they did make a lot of decent free agent signings this offseason that I kind of liked. Absolutely. They signed 7, 8 guys. They brought Jimmy Ward in. They brought a couple other corners. Yep. I'm blanking on the names right now, but they might be, you know what I mean? Like, now they're interesting to watch. Very similar in that Carolina, like, spot. You know what I mean? I don't think they're going to be that bad now.
Yeah. I think, 1, they'll compete, especially in that division. 2, I think they will – he's going to bring a toughness to that team, a grit to that team that I don't think people are really understanding. Like, I think – 1, he's going to have a chip on his shoulder because he didn't go number 1, and I know he believed he
yeah, I see him right now. He seems fired up.
He's steamed up right now. He's steamed up. He's ready to go. And I love that the Panthers did it because they stood 10 toes down on it. They put the pick in immediately after the Panthers made their selection. They did not waver. They said, "This is our guy. JSN to Texas will make my mock look good." Yeah.
I mean, that would be an unbelievable combination.
That's a great first round if that happens.
And they shouldn't blink. I don't think if he's still around at 12. I think he will be too. I think he will be. I think he will be. So let's look out for that. That's definitely
the only other players that will make you second guess if they're there at 12 are Will Anderson and Jalen Carter. Outside of that, those are the guys you don't need Bijan Robinson. You don't need him because you saw what you got in Dameon Pierce last year. He's phenomenal. Receiver, you could get some good receivers in the second round, second, third, and fourth round. I mean, I think it's actually a deep class of receiver.
Yeah, I do too.
But after JSN.
Yeah.
So it's if you don't have Jalen Carter or Will Anderson on the board there, you go JSN.
Yeah.
Period.
Or
after that, you can still get really good receivers. So that's why I'm saying, like, if you go defense and JSN is not there, then okay, cool. You can still get good receivers in the second and third round. But if he's there, you absolutely take him. So I agree 100%. I love it. I love it. I would love this CJ Stroud pick makes more sense if they're able to land him. It's actually a home run of a first round if they're able to land Jason.
I agree. I really do. I think they kind of, maybe they set themselves up for this. Maybe they saw this opportunity and was being like, this kind of works from where we're picking right now. And if we're going to take, and what's the worst? I'm saying that the Texans aren't going to be good next year, so they don't just wait on a guy. Now they have a quarterback competition. So, I mean, that's a good thing, too. That's what you want. It's going to push Mills to be the best he is, and maybe he gets some more trade value if they let him play 6 or 7 more games. And, Stroud could honestly sit. He could really sit. They could let him sit. And I don't think anyone would be like, why they I don't think it would be like that. I think they would be like, he needs 4 or 5 weeks. And that can help a guy and go a long way. I mean, I saw Daniel Jones, and I honestly think he's IQ wise a lot smarter than CJ Stroud. I think he would been a lot more ready for an opportunity like that. But him being able to sit those 4 or 5 weeks allowed him to see the offense for himself and just kind of go out there and throw the football, knowing what was going to happen a bit more. And the Cardinals only have 2 minutes on their clock, so the Cardinals are going to make a pick soon, or they're going to be trading their pick. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think the thing that stands out for me for CJ Stroud, out of all the film that I saw on him, I hate Ohio State, but I'm rooting for Stroud. The thing that stood out to me the most, the two things I would say, is his ball placement, not his accuracy, but his ball placement. And this is probably the bigger thing, he threw receivers open.
Yeah.
I like to see that from young quarterbacks, throwing receivers open, not waiting for them to get open. In the NFL, you have a very slim margin. You have to be on time with your passes. You're not always going to get wide open receivers. You got to throw them open sometimes. And that's what I did see from him at Ohio State on the film that I saw. He would throw receivers open, and I loved watching that from him. I think that's going to translate really well in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, but I guess the Wonderlic score didn't have that much of an impact on what the Texans thought. So, and I think that's okay too. It kind of goes to show what happened to Lamar today. Lamar got his bag today. He didn't do great in the Wonderlic, but things happen. At the end of the day, it's about getting into the right system, developing as a quarterback, learning how the NFL works, how it's different. I think CJ Stroud's going to be able to do that. I mean, this guy, if you watch that game versus Georgia this past year in the college football playoff, I don't know. I think you're sold on him being maybe the best, maybe better than even Young. So Cardinals have about a minute left on their clock. So that's kind of weird. When I see that, that makes me think Arizona's trying to trade out of that position.
Yeah. Whenever it gets low like that, I think they're on the phone saying, "Hey, listen, D-Hop and our first for yours."
Yeah.
Right. So we'll see if the team ends up, jumping on it. As of right now, yep, there's the trade. Houston back in. Houston back in.
Wow.
Houston back in at number 3. My goodness.
Did they bring D-Hop back? There's no way.
Oh my goodness. What? Oh my goodness.
Huh.
Oh my goodness. Houston is now back on the clock again at pick number 3.
So they're gonna go Will Anderson here.
They've got to go Will Anderson here. They're going. I need to know what this trade is. I need to know. I'm sorry. Dude. I'm going to turn up my phone because that's where I'm streaming from, just to hear the details of this trade.
Arizona's been shouting from the rooftops they want to get out, and the Texans have more ammunition than anybody else to get up. It just made so much sense. They pulled it off. DJ, it's such a good call by you, and obviously following the breadcrumbs, but you also follow blueprints. Look at what, we had Sauce Gardner here before the draft. Look at what the Jets were able to do, guys, last year, getting 2 franchise calibers, one offense, one defense, in Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson early in that draft.
Oh, my goodness. I'm excited.
Cardinals get 12-33, first in 2024, third in 2024.
Wow.
That's a boatload.
That's a haul.
Yeah.
That is a haul.
But the Texans just get 3 and 105. So that's a haul. I think Arizona, they must have been struggling to get that deal off. You got to give them props.
I actually love this trade. I love it
for both teams. That's the thing.
I love this trade for both teams. But I love it for Arizona because they were either undecided within their front office on who to take at 3, or they didn't see anybody that they said this guy is going to change our franchise. With J.J. Watt retiring, you would think that they would have said, "Hey, okay, well, Will Anderson's there. Let's go get him." But they listen. They oh, there it is. There it is.
There it is. Just like that.
Just like that. They did exactly what we expected them to do. Will Anderson is now off the board. Will Anderson goes to Houston. Man, oh man. Woo!
I don't know. That's crazy to me. They might have, in their eyes, they might have gotten their number 1 and number 2 on their board.
Listen, I think they did. I think they said number 1, number 2, thanks. And I think the Cardinals said, okay, thanks.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That was one of the things I was like least expecting, to be honest.
So run it down for me again. What was the trade the Cardinals received?
The Cardinals received, let's see. I think it was 12-33, a first in 2024, and I think another one in 2025.
My goodness. Wow. So okay, so now this shakes things up. Not with the players necessarily. These are the players that we kind of expected to go in those first 5. Where they went, and I mean where I'm talking about the teams that they went. Very, very interesting. Okay, so it's not really necessarily interesting because people speculated that C.J. Stroud could actually fall down to 12 for the Texans then to take him. Right? They thought they would just go Will Anderson first, and then C.J. would end up potentially falling. Yeah, I think okay. Then do the Cardinals go JSN? Seeing as D-Hop wants to get out, do the Cardinals at 12, if he's still there, do they take JSN? What are your thoughts about that?
It'll be interesting to see where they go, but I think they would honestly lean tackle. If they're committed to Kyler, I think they try to build the O-line.
You got to.
I don't know. I don't know if I would be committed to like Kyler. Like if I was the Cardinals, I might have sat at 3 and thought long and hard about Richardson or like why not? You know what I mean? Like if you're giving Kyler Murray a contract to watch game film, I'm sure Ant Richardson's coming in doing his job. Like I don't know. It's just I don't view Kyler Murray as a franchise quarterback. If me and you, Avery, were in a locker room with Kyler Murray, I think he'd be a guy we kind of look at like this and not hang out with. You know what I mean? I think he's just one of those guys that isn't for the boys, isn't for his teammates. I think he's a little selfish, a little arrogant. I don't think he has the talent to be able to be that way. He's not Aaron Rodgers. You know, like that's not who he is. He's.
Yeah, I agree. I think talent-wise, he's very talented, but I just don't think that it's translating. Number 1, well, and number 2, I don't. It doesn't seem like I don't know the guy. I'm not in the locker room, so I won't speculate. But it seems like based on, like you said, certain language in his contract, it seems like he's not putting in the work that it requires to not just be talented, but to be great,
to be a quarterback in the NFL. Period.
Yeah, and so honestly, for me, if I was in the locker room and I was D-Hop, I would want to trade too because I don't think he wants to trade for any other reason than that. He's like, I don't want to be here with this guy anymore. I think he's the reason that D-Hop wants out. And yeah, for me, if I was in that locker room with Kyler and these are the things that were coming out, that in this contract there was a clause that said you have to study film and not play Call of Duty, I promise you, we would have fought at this point.
Yeah.
I would have punched him in the head. I absolutely would have punched him in the head because there's no way that I'm okay with you. Yeah, nope. We would it'd have been some hands thrown. We'd have been moving some furniture, as they say, because that tells me that you don't care about my well-being. And I'm not even talking about from a financial standpoint. I'm not even talking about from winning standpoint. I'm talking about from a safety standpoint. If you're not watching film, you are liable to get me hurt.
Yeah.
You might audible
or get other players hurt.
Right? Because you're the quarterback. You have a free reign to make audibles and adjustments and different things. You might audible into something that gets me hurt because you weren't watching film and recognized what they were doing. Like, yeah. I'm sorry, but that it's not okay with me. So, yeah, I personally, if I'm the Cardinals, I wouldn't be sold on him either. But we'll see. The Colts are now on the clock. The pick is in, and they're at number 4. So
What
they're
what are you
they're not,
thinking here? I mean, craziness already. Do you think they roll with Levis or Richardson here? I think they have to almost.
I think you got to kind of. I think with the way the NFL is trending and the way their offensive line played last year, I personally would prefer Anthony Richardson. Here's why: you pair him in the backfield with Jonathan Taylor. That's a scary rushing combo. I mean, when they go to run that QB option, that's going to be who do you pick, right?
Well, they just took him, so you're right.
There it is, Anthony Richardson. To me, this is the pick that makes he's big, he's sturdy, he's strong. You don't have to worry too much about injury. Again, the way the NFL is trending, I think it's just a little bit foolish to take a guy who nobody's 100% sold on Will. They're not really sold on Anthony either, but his ceiling is what they're
Yeah.
sold on. His ceiling is so high. I mean, he's obviously the best arm talent in this class. Like the guy can absolutely let this thing fly. We know from a rushing standpoint, he's probably the best on his feet from a quarterback position in this class as well. So he checks every box from the measurables, from physicality, for all those different things. There's questions about his accuracy and the consistency with his accuracy, but I think in the right system and with the right coaching, he can do well. I mean, you still have the veteran there and Matt Ryan who can hopefully out teach this guy and help him get some touch on his passes and different things like that. Because at this point in his career, Matt Ryan is just a bridge quarterback. I think this is the right pick. I mean, the only other pick is O-line, but I don't think anybody from an O-line standpoint is a slam dunk. Like, for example, Quentin Nelson was the best lineman I've seen probably come out in the draft in probably the last 5 to 10 years. You had to take. He was that good. He was absolutely, and it translated to the NFL. The dude is legit. He's literally the best guard in the NFL, and it's probably been that case even his rookie year. So, but I don't feel that way about any other lineman in the draft this year. So I'm liking it. I'm liking it.
I just saw a couple tweets that said the phones are ringing in Seattle right now as well. So I would not be too shocked if we see Seattle trade down here. And if someone's trying to maybe jump in front of the Raiders or another team to maybe get in on that quarterback. Yeah. Or maybe they want Jalen Carter. You know what I mean? I think Detroit, if they don't trade out of that 6th spot, they're going to take Jalen Carter. I think the Lions are going to take him if he's there.
Absolutely. I agree 100% with that. But I think the Seahawks, I think the Seahawks either take Jalen Carter or trade back. I don't think they're not going quarterback with just re-signing Geno. Geno played well enough, and I think you've got time with Geno, right? I think you've got a phenomenal running back in Kenneth Walker. Your receivers are still really good. Your offensive line isn't terrible. Geno wasn't sacked a bunch of times last year, and if he was, it was typically because he held the ball too long. Defensively, their corners are really solid. Tariq he was a runner-up for defensive rookie of the year. So I feel like, I feel like the right call, especially bringing back Bobby Wagner. I mean, send him out on a high horse, right? Just because you bring in Jalen Carter, I mean, Bobby's going to have 150 plus tackles. Like, he's going to fill those holes like back when they were the Legion of Boom.
Yeah.
So, exactly. I think if they don't trade out, which I'm assuming they just might, just because they're still on the clock. The clock is ticking, is going down. We're at about 4 minutes now. I think they may entertain the trade. They're probably on the phone right now with some people. But I think the pick here, if they don't trade back, I think, again, for me, the best one available is Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Glad for Anthony Richardson though. I think like him going to the Colts is kind of just the way the board deserved to go. Like it, I just think he was such a better talent than what Will Levis was. That
Yeah.
it would have been foolish to see the Colts kind of slip that up, and almost upsetting just because you never want to see like a new coach and a new kind of regime start off on that like bad foot. I mean, once you kind of draft that quarterback and it busts, your seat's already burning. So it's like
Yeah.
them being able to get a guy that people are like, yeah, like they know what he can be. There's just they need time to be able to develop into that. I think is huge.
Yeah. And I think again with the Seahawks, I think they're a team that is.
I like Seattle. Like they're fun to watch. They're
Yeah.
a well coached team, and I think if they should take Jalen Carter if they're not going to trade down here because they're already a really good football team, and I think adding Jalen Carter might give them one of the better defenses in the NFC, if not the NFL. So
I agree, and I think they're a team that has fully embodied the age old adage: defense wins championships. Right? They've always wanted to have really great defenses. What I'm saying here is we're about 2 minutes 20 seconds left on the clock. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they take Jalen. I think that's the pick there, and what it does is it stabilizes your franchise on the defensive end. So let's say Geno regresses this year.
Yeah.
Teams are probably still not going to put up too many points. And if you want to move on from Geno, you're putting a young quarterback in a pretty good situation.
Yeah, you definitely are.
So I think the only choice here is to trade back or get Jalen Carter.
Totally agree.
Yeah. I'm slightly hoping that they don't take Jalen and that he falls to us. I don't see him getting past the Eagles.
Yeah.
Be honest. I mean, but at the same time, the Eagles do have, Jordan Davis. But I don't see him getting past the Eagles. And when I say past the Eagles, I mean, I could absolutely see the Bears taking him. I could absolutely see the Bears taking Jalen Carter. Sure, because again, another team that's really, really big on defense. And if stopping the run, losing Roquan Smith to the Ravens last year, I think they would want to and obviously Jalen Carter is not a linebacker, right? So he's not going to be flowing through, but he's such a good guy in the middle to be a run stopper, and he's going to command a double team, which means that whoever the linebacker is behind him is probably going to have a ton of opportunities to fill gaps and really make a name for themselves. So I think I could see him going to the Bears. I'm not sure. I don't think the Chargers would take him. I wouldn't be surprised, right? You put in Joey Bosa, that's scary.
Yeah.
But I think they have a little bit more holes in the secondary that I would want them to address. I think they actually are going to be the team, in my opinion, that goes secondary first.
Okay.
Seattle's pick is in, so they did not trade back. So we'll see what they do, but I think they go secondary. And I understand C.J. Jackson was hurt the entirety of last year and different things like that, but you got to see if he's going to bounce back from that injury. It's that's a major injury. And for somebody who plays the way he plays and plays the position he plays, playing corner with the cuts and the stopping on the dime and all those different things, it'll be very interesting to see. Mom, hey, what's up? How are you? Thank you for jumping on. Miss you. So yeah, I think he doesn't. But I don't think that he gets past the Eagles. And if he does, the Chiefs are absolutely taking Jalen Carter.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Taking Jalen Carter. He changes everything. You're talking about Jones and Carter. You talk about the Chiefs have a defense now. Oh man, they get Jalen Carter. They're Super Bowl favorites in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he falls that far. I think Seattle's going to take him. But yeah, it's going to be that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Now, if it's not Jalen Carter, if they don't trade back, who do you think they take here?
Maybe Tyree Wilson. Maybe they have the same idea where they're looking for an edge guy. They need some more sacks, but I don't know. I can't see them really straying away from best player available here. I think Pete Carroll does what he needs to. I think Carter's gonna go. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's got to be Jalen Carter.
They went Witherspoon. Wow.
Wow.
Seattle built their dude. That's going to be a dominant secondary.
Wow. That's going to be a phenomenal secondary.
Legion of Boom is back.
Wow.
Jesus. That man can tackle too, dude.
Yeah.
That's a great pick in my opinion. I mean,
but
that looks like
again, stuff like that, that's what throws the draft off for me because I'm like, wait a second. Yeah, exactly. Whoa. First of all, he wasn't the first corner off my board.
You had Gonzalez ahead of him?
Yeah, I had Gonzalez ahead of him. So that was the first thing. The second thing is Jalen Carter is. I mean, I guess they're saying, listen, we're again Legion of Boom. We're going to lock guys up, bump all that. We'll get our pass rush, all of that. He was your first corner. I think. Don't get me wrong. It's like 1A, 1B with Gonzalez. I think Gonzalez just has. For me, I like Gonzalez's feet more. That's the thing that separates those two guys from me.
I think both are phenomenal players and will be phenomenal players. I think Witherspoon's probably a little bit more physical, makes more tackles, but I think Gonzalez is a little more NFL kind of style of a guy who can, sit back, still, blitz occasionally, play pass coverage, make big tackles. I think he's more of a do-it-all guy. I think the ceiling's higher a little bit for Gonzalez, so I'm with you, Avery, there.
Yeah, that was the thing that separated. I love the fact that he's a physical corner, which is what they love in Seattle, right? So he's going to fit. He's going to come in and be a starter day one. He's going to fit right into that culture. He's going to do exactly what they want from him, which is be physical, be solid, play the ball, be handsy, but not handsy in a penalty type of manner. But he's going to be physical and disrupt timing. And he actually fits their system more than a Gonzalez would. Again, for me, for what I like to see him, his feet, especially with how these receivers are nowadays, with how shifted they are, I like Gonzalez's feet. And I think, like you said, the ceiling is just a little bit higher for him. But now that I'm seeing he's going to Seattle, I don't see another team that he would fit with as this is a perfect fit.
Yeah, the Lions really lucked out here, and they should just, unless they're getting a haul for somebody, I think they should really just. And to be honest, if he gets past this, your team may have a shot at Jalen Carter. There's a chance that Vegas doesn't go that route as well.
It's a possibility, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think it's going to be a cornerback run here just yet.
This is a possibility. This is crazy, Avery. So Arizona now just came back in at 6.
What? Okay. Well.
So they're going Jalen Carter.
With that being said, I think that's Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
I think you got to go Jalen Carter here. You lost J.J. Watt to retirement. I think you got to go Jalen Carter here. And it sucks because you're not going offensive line here. You're not going offensive line, which is the move that you probably should make. You should want an offensive lineman, but they're going to go Jalen Carter.
I don't know if it's worth trading back up for Jalen Carter, though.
Me either.
Why would they? Well, it's going to be interesting to see how the picks work because I'm guessing whatever they just got, they gave back to get back to 6. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You got to give something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if D-Hop's involved in this, actually. Imagine D-Hop on the Lions. Huh.
Oh, gosh. Amon-Ra, D-Hop. Oh, gosh.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? This is a pretty high pick, so it's a possibility.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, man. So let's lock it in. Let's hear it for who do you think they're taking here?
The Cardinals are trading with the Lions for 6 for 12 and 34. So they
Okay.
gave up the Texans pick, and they gave up both picks, I think.
Well,
But
all right.
I think Arizona, I mean, you have to take Jalen Carter here. If they're trading back up for like Gonzalez or this is about to get crazy then. You know what I mean? Like I understand they're a lot of guys want to leave Arizona right now. It's going to be a rough year. I think it's going to be a very rough year. So I think Jalen Carter is just a safe pick here that he's going to develop on that D line. And they don't want to be blown out of games. So I'm hoping maybe that defense just makes him formidable. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't want him in Arizona. I think
I think it's a waste too a bit.
I think it's a waste. I don't like it because they're not going to be competitive for a while. I don't like it, but I understand why they would do it. I just man. I mean, and with Arizona and what they've done and shown in the past, I mean, drafting a quarterback in the top 10 one year, and then the very next year drafting a quarterback number 1 overall, and it's like, I think I wouldn't be surprised if they go Bijan. I wouldn't be surprised.
That would be crazy.
I wouldn't be surprised. It would be stupid, but I wouldn't be surprised. The Arizona Cardinals, at least the last few years, have been, in my opinion, poop when it comes to drafting. They have not been great.
Yeah. Well, the Cardinals don't have. Wait, the Lions traded number 6 to the Cardinals, and now the Lions are at 12, and they got extra second, so that's good. I mean, the Lions are gonna have a lot of picks, dude. They are loading up, and I think they're the ones kind of winning in all of this, where they're like, all right, we're gonna see if we like. I guess they didn't like Carter enough. It doesn't matter. They have all these picks. I mean, 12. There's gonna be a lot of talent at 12 now.
I was just about to say they have a ton of picks, and there's a ton of talent left.
They can take Gonzalez at 12 and replace Okuda. That's the pick. If they're able to do that and get those extra picks, that's genius work by Detroit's front office.
Yeah, I like that. Pick is in for Arizona. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Here it comes.
Yeah, Jerome, we're almost there. Almost there.
Bump that. Falcons almost.
Yeah, Falcons, you're closer, Avery. I forgot.
That's right.
It'll be interesting to see what Vegas does. It really will. They could go O-line and maybe start that trend, I guess.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go Will.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Wouldn't be surprised.
He seems like he'd be kind of a McDaniels type of guy.
All right, here we go.
Let's see.
Let's see here.
Paris Johnson.
Wow.
They got the need. You're in the mix, though. You're actually in the mix. You're so in the mix for Carter.
Wow. But you traded back up for him. That's what, like.
Dude, the Cardinals are going to be the losers in the draft. They could have got him at 12. Weren't they at 12?
That's because I get not taking him at 3. I get that 100%. I understand that you don't take him at. Because, again, I don't see any of these guys being a Quentin Nelson. Like, Quentin Nelson, if he didn't go in the top 5, I'm like,
I wanted the Giants to take Quentin Nelson over Barkley originally. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, though.
Then you trade back. You could have just stayed at 12. And then, look, did you see their draft room? Like, they were ecstatic. Like, they just did something.
Yeah, I don't get that. I want to hear what the CEO has to say about that move, but that was crazy. It was not. That was one of the last people I was expecting. I get it. We talked about the need, but for them to trade twice, I get like. Ooh.
I think that's where I'm. doesn't make too much sense for me. I'm sorry. It doesn't make too much sense for me. And I get it. You got your guy, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with you getting your guy. I love the fact that you went O-line. Can go O-line, Atlanta can yeah, I mean, I love the fact, like I said, I love the fact that you got your guy. I love the fact that you're trying to protect your quarterback. I love that. I love all those things.
Dude, they're going nuts, like you said, though. Like,
But like,
they're going crazy in that war room.
come on, man.
I want to see the graphic of the picks that they gained and then lost and then gave back. I want to see. I'm excited to see. It's getting too complicated for me, dude. We're 6 picks in too. There's
Oh
been 3
man.
trades.
Oh my goodness. That is. I'm at a loss of words, to be honest. I'm at a loss of words. I was not expecting that. Again, 6 picks in, and the top 5 guys that we thought would be off the board are not. They are not off the board yet. Jalen Carter is still on the board. I mean, in some draft rooms, they have Will going in the top 5. He is still on the board. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud gone. Will Anderson gone.
Watch Gonzalez go here now.
I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised.
Jerome was saying yesterday that he seemed like a Raider. For some reason, he just looks like a Raider. I think that's the player he's talking about, but I don't know. I can't see them going Will. I think they'd be too scared. I think the draft would just be too crazy if they went
I wouldn't
right
be surprised if they go Jalen Carter, and I wouldn't mind seeing him in the black and silver. I actually wouldn't mind that. I think he would, because one of their biggest issues has been their defense. Their defense really can't stop anybody from scoring. They couldn't stop anybody from really running the football last year. Yeah. I think Jalen Carter helps change that. Because I think offensively, I don't think that's their biggest issue. I think we saw what we saw out of Jacobs last year. He was absolutely phenomenal. Led the league in rushing. Devontae Adams is Devontae Adams. Hunter Renfrow is one of the best slot guys in the NFL. And yeah, I don't think offense is their issue. I think defense is the biggest glaring issue on that team. And so yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't be surprised if they go Gonzalez here, but I think
based on Jimmy G's resume too, I think a lot of people talk about his injuries, but no one talks about this guy wins football games. They win games. I mean,
yeah,
he has won a lot of games as a starting quarterback, and he does his thing. Like I don't. Jalen Carter might be an Eagles unless someone jumps us. Dude, if Jalen Carter's an Eagle, I'm gonna cry on this live stream. Literally.
Yeah, listen, man. If they get Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, that's just
they would too. Howie would throw that card in there right away. He'd go running up to the
ridiculous. I honestly see the Eagles, in my opinion, going Bijan if he's available.
Yeah, this draft's ending up perfect for them. They're gonna go Bijan here right now.
I think they go Bijan there. We're hearing the trade rumors about them trying to trade for Derrick Henry and different things like that. I think you take Bijan, you get a younger running back, and they said no teams wanted to trade up. So yeah, I think they would go Bijan more than anyone else. We have a choice of Jalen Carter or Bijan. And who would you pick then, Jerome? If you had your choice, Bijan or Jalen, who would you pick? But again, I think Jordan Davis is going to be phenomenal. Yeah,
Raiders pick is in. So
I don't know. Let's actually bring
let's bring Jerome in. His pick is nearing too, if we can.
Yeah, let's bring the CEO in real quick. Let's see if he's ready. Is he ready? I don't think he's ready just yet, but let's see if
he's got a little time.
He said if it's 10, Jalen. It looks like he's ready. Let's bring him in. Let's talk about it. CEO, Mr. CEO, you are here. What's up? Your mic is muted. Just want to let you know before you even start talking. Your mic is muted. Unmute yourself. I just told him his mic is muted. He still didn't unmute himself.
You're muted, Jerome.
I was prepared. Obviously, my room looked like crap right now. Real quick, I wanted to say that I'm very excited right now because we got a choice of Jalen Carter or Bijan Robert. Bijan
Well,
Robert.
you don't have the choice.
How do you know? Yeah,
yet.
you don't know that yet.
You don't have the choice.
Right.
Yet.
There's a couple picks. We got 4 picks in front of us right now, so we'll see.
God, I hope Chicago.
But like honestly, all the players, there's 3 players that I said if you're gonna stay at 10, I would like them. It was Jalen Carter, and Jalen Carter obviously is the highest person right there at number 10. Then Bijan, I think Bijan would be a great pick, or Peter Scrunchy, whatever you say his name. You got those 3 right now on the board. It's looking great for us. I wouldn't mind. If you had Jalen Carter at 10, I would not. I would be screaming for the Eagles to go get Gibbs at 31 or 30. Sorry, I would scream for us to get Gibbs at 30. I would figure something out and get Gibbs at 30. If Jalen Carter be there, if we get those 2, I'm excited. But I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm gonna clear my room a little bit so y'all see this on the next one. But appreciate you guys having me on real quick.
All right, cool. Thank you for jumping on. We appreciate it. Yeah, I think Peter Skoronski is actually a better pick in my opinion, right? With Lane Johnson, potentially, he's getting older, more than retirement, all those different things.
The Raiders went Tyree Wilson.
Wow.
So your team is on the board. Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson available.
Wow. I actually like it. I like it. Right? Go defense. I wouldn't have been Tyree. I probably would have been Jalen or Gonzalez, but I'm not mad at it because, on most all draft boards, this is the second best edge rusher in the draft.
Yeah.
It was like Will Anderson and everybody else, and I think Tyree was the next guy up. I actually think he has a little bit more pop at the point of attack than a Will Anderson. I think Will is more of a finesse guy, so I'm not mad at this pick here. He's going to be a physical player. And they obviously they still, to this day, have not replaced Khalil Mack. And so I think this is a step in that direction to try to go ahead and replace him, get some edge rush. Like I said, their defense it wasn't good last year. I think this is a decent, it's a solid pick. I'll give it a B.
Yeah,
I'll give it a B. I'll give it a solid B.
That's what I'd give it, I would say. I mean, they did their thing. Like, if that's literally like who some teams had him higher than Jalen Carter, so it's like not really something I was so unexpected. But again, like if they're looking for more an edge rusher instead of a guy in the middle, which I think edge rusher is important. So if you believe in Tyree Wilson, I don't really have a problem with him going there.
Yeah,
but
I think he can start to run too. So
yeah. Okay. Yeah, it does look like that. I mean, he's got a huge wingspan. He just looks like an athlete overall. I hope Atlanta and Chicago take Robinson and Carter here. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm going to be shocked if we do not take one of those 2. Like I could understand offensive line, but if you want offensive line, trade.
I think they should go Jalen Carter. I think he's he's compared to Bijan. I just think I don't know. I think it's more important to get Carter.
I agree. I think that we should go with, and again, I think it makes our defense that much better, right? You're talking about a team that defensively is going to actually be scary now, not just formidable, but scary with Bud Dupree, Grady Jarrett. If we were to go Jalen Carter, AJ Terrell, now Jeff Okudah, who now he's going to be corner number 2 and not be relied on as number 1, so he'll be guarding number 2 receivers, and he played really well last year guarding the number 1 wide receivers. Jesse Bates. Listen. Yeah, I would not be mad at Jalen Carter here at all. But I also wouldn't be mad at Bijan. I don't think we need him though. Again, we had 1,000-yard rusher last year in Tyler Algier, and he didn't even start the first 4 games of the season. We still have Cordero Patterson, who is he's a Swiss Army knife. You can put him in the backfield. You can put him in the slot. You can put him out wide. You really could line him up at tight end at times, and he'll be effective. He's a Swiss Army knife. Desmond Ridder, I would love for us to get him more weapons, but again, there's no clear-cut receiver in this draft outside of JSN that you're like, yeah, we got to go get him. And I don't think JSN is good enough to go top 10, in my opinion. I think he's good enough to go first round, but not top 10. I think Jalen Carter has to be the pick here. If I know Terry, I think that's going to be the pick. I think we go Jalen Carter. If we don't, and we go Bijan, I know for a fact he's going to Chicago. Jalen is absolutely.
I don't think Chicago would.
Unless they like, I could potentially. Boy, Jerome, listen. If we take Will after taking Desmond, I promise you, I promise you, and I mean this. I will denounce myself as a Falcons fan. I promise.
That's what I said coming into this season. I said if Will Levis was my quarterback instead of Daniel Jones, I wouldn't be a Giants fan anymore. So
yeah, no, I promise you. I will burn every piece of Falcons paraphernalia I have. Every single piece. And I've got some good pieces. I would burn every single piece. I promise you. There is no way that I'm okay with taking Will.
Picks in. So
all right. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm hoping it's Jalen Carter. I really, really hope they realize, hey, let's get this defense locked and loaded. Let's be a problem defensively. Let's get tough on defense. Let's get gritty on defense.
They didn't get gritty on defense.
They didn't.
Bijan.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
Not mad, just disappointed.
I think that I don't think the Eagles are going to get Bijan or Carter then, because like you said, that you think the Bears are going to roll with Carter now. But
yeah, I
don't know. He's explosive, Avery. If you're giving the ball 30 times a game, I don't know. The offense might be a lot better than they were, and
absolutely. Listen, and this is why I say I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Like you got a weapon now for Desmond Ridder out the backfield. You can catch out the backfield. Obviously, we know he can run the football. I think it's a slight slap in the face to Tyler Algier, who just went for 1,000 yards for you guys as a rookie. But I get it at the same time, right? And it's a dual back system, maybe even triple back. But I don't know. Honestly, for me, I would love to see Cordero in this case go switch back to receiver. And let Bijan and Tyler handle the backfield, unless one of them, all running backs, no QB. First of all, don't do that to Desmond. Okay, we have not seen enough from him for anybody to write Desmond Ridder off. That's the thing I think that frustrates me the most about people coming at Desmond Ridder. Is like, what film have you seen? Like, what film have you seen? I can see why you would write somebody like Zach Wilson off. I can see why you would write somebody like Mac Jones off. I can see why you would write somebody like Kyler Murray off.
It's different with Ridder, though.
It's like Desmond Ridder, he has 4 games in the NFL under his belt. His first game was against the Saints defense that we know is formidable. And
they shut down the Eagles last year during the middle of their Super Bowl run. Shut down. I think they scored 10 points, even with Minshew, but that Saints defense was not the problem with their team last year, no doubt.
And he almost won that game.
Yeah.
If it's not for a Drake London fumble, he might win that game. I mean, I don't see why the slander on his name when there's not enough film, right? And he can throw the football. It's not like he can't throw the football. I watched too much of him in college. Yeah, college and the NFL are 2 different things, though. College and the NFL are 2 different things. We've seen this plenty of times. I mean, we've seen the adverse, right? We've seen somebody be really, really good in college and be horrible in the NFL, i.e. Trent Richardson. We've seen somebody not really be that guy in college and then translate extremely well into the NFL, or be somebody who nobody thought was going to be great, and then they become great in the NFL, i.e. Arian Foster, i.e. Tom Brady, right? Like, we've seen this happen. So I don't know. I think I just IDK. IDK. I get IDK.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel right now. But at that same time, I think a lot of people saw him going to Atlanta. Like it wasn't something that was completely out of the ordinary. And also, like for people like you, for Falcons fans out there, I mean, this is something that kind of stirs the pot again. Like
Yeah.
I think having him and Drake London now, it's just it's it's a pretty formidable offense. I honestly think, and it'll be exciting to see what Ritter can do with it.
Yeah.
He's a guy you want to root for. He really is. Their team is
Absolutely.
kind of made up of that, and so I think Bijan's even that way. And I heard a lot of people making some decent points on Bijan being like he didn't have a lot of mileage on him in college. Like he's not like one of those backs like Saquon
Right.
was, where it was every snap, every possession, catch or like it wasn't like that. You know what I mean? Are you kidding me? Eagles trade up Bears. Wait, you thought you heard that?
And I thought I heard that. I mean,
Yes, they did. Wait, I don't know. It's on ESPN right now. It says Eagles pick is in, but I don't know if they just messed up the.
If the Eagles traded up, we know where they're going. Jalen Carter easily.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's not even a question.
Trade up for Skorinsky.
It's not even a question.
I'm confused if that's just an ESPN error or not right now.
Yeah.
So I haven't really seen an update.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean.
Oh wait, Shefty's talking.
Man, oh man.
Yep. Eagles traded up one pick. They're gonna take Jalen Carter now. That's crazy.
Easily. And I can't believe teams allowed it.
Like how does Chicago like what's their thought?
Yeah, like how do you allow the Eagles to get a guy that like we know what was one of the biggest catalysts?
It just costed them a fourth too. All they gave was a fourth and a swap.
Wow. A fourth round pick to trade up that spot?
Yeah. Chicago's named for that.
Chicago might be one of the worst franchises in NFL history. Are you serious?
Yeah, it was just a fourth. I'm thinking it's next year too. It's not even this year.
Like we know, as great as Jalen Hurts was, and as phenomenal as that running game was, and all those different things, we know that the defense for the Eagles was the anchor that got them to the Super Bowl. Their defense was a top 5 defense in the NFL. Yeah. Why would you allow them to get better? Like they just let go of Hargraves. They don't have Hargraves. Like Fletcher Cox. Like what are you? Hey, listen. Hey, whatever. Shout out to the Eagles. They're about to get an absolute dog. The Eagles look like, I mean, in my opinion, you gotta. It's between the Eagles and the 49ers as the favorites now. Again, it's just. And it honestly was prior to this, but it's even more glaring now. I don't think they go anywhere other than Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
They've got their corners. You got big play Slay. You just re-signed Bradbury. You don't need corners, so you don't go Gonzalez or anybody here. I mean, maybe O-line, but you wouldn't trade up one spot to go get somebody because, again, I don't think there's anybody on the offensive line from that. I don't think so, and I don't think Chicago is looking to go O-line. I mean, maybe they are. Maybe that's the reason they decided to trade back. But I think it's Jalen Carter. I don't think it's. I'm gonna lock it in. I'm gonna say it's Jalen Carter. That's my guess.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think there's any other reason they would have traded up, and this is just such an Eagles move to me, to be honest. Like for them just to trade out one spot. I cannot believe Jalen Carter fell this long, though. It's just crazy.
Yeah. Very, 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 very shocking. Very shocking.
It kind of started when Detroit, kind of passed. When they traded out at 6, you know what I mean? That's where I thought he was going to go.
Yeah. That was it. Man, oh, man. I will say we got a dog though. We do have a dog. And Bijan, he's extremely athletic. I think he again catching out the backfield. He's the prototype running back.
Yeah, the Eagles just took Carter, so
yeah. So I mean, well, we knew that was the case.
Yeah.
You know, there it is. I mean, he's going to come in and make an immediate impact. He's going to start day one. He's going to do exactly what we expect him to do. And him, Jordan, goodness gracious. I'm looking at him like, how do you run against the Eagles at this point?
I know.
I mean, we got Bijan. Okay, cool. Now, how is he going to run against the front of the Eagles right now? Like, he's going to have 150 receiving yards for him to make an impact on that game if we play each other. Like, because how do you run the ball against this team? I mean,
you don't.
It's man, oh man. I would love, man. Yeah.
I think it just goes to show, like, going back to kind of how he acted. Like, that's on Chicago. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Like, what's going on through your head to be able to say, yeah, we just want 1/4 to be able to, I don't know, like, who are they going to take? Like, that's what I'm confused about. Who in the world are they going to take and be like, that's okay? They're going to take Skorinsky now. That's who they're going to take.
They have to.
Yeah.
And the thing about my thing, I think what pisses me off the most, aside from the Eagles getting Jalen Carter, because I didn't want to see that happen just because I'm like, man, they're going to be that much better. What irks me the most in this entire situation is they got Jalen Carter for a 4th round pick. Y'all got Jalen Carter for a 4th round pick.
I'm sorry,
I'm 4th round.
I'm delayed. I didn't want to hear nothing. I didn't want to look at what I had. I wanted to see it straight from the TV. Woo! Jalen Carter never dies, baby. Woo! Oh, I'm sorry, Giants fans. How y'all feeling?
Yeah, that was. I thought we were okay. I thought once Bijan went to Atlanta, I thought Chicago automatically taking Carter. Eagles going to take Skorinsky. Like, that's what I thought. I was like, all right, they're good. But then, of course, like, I knew there was that 1% chance Howie made a call.
Do we not have the graphic?
Freaking Howie. We do have the graphic.
We put it up.
Set up that graphic for me real quick. Thank you. Look how big that man is. Look, I'm sorry. It must be me. I came to Atlanta, and the last 2 years we've been getting all Georgia guys on this Eagles squad. Bro, let's playing with his boy. I'm so excited. I'm sorry. Can we get Gibbs? If we can get Gibbs, I'll be ecstatic. That'll be another Georgia guy because he went to Georgia Tech. If you guys don't know, going to Florida, going to Philly. Bro, I'm ecstatic. I love this pick. I said it. This is the only way I wanted him at number 10. I mean, the only reason I wanted him, he was the spot, and this is the perfect spot for him. Boy, Howie Roseman. Can I do something real quick? I want to apologize to Howie Roseman. I want to apologize to the man Howie Roseman. I was being very disrespectful to you a couple of years ago. I apologize. Public apology. I'm sorry, I had to.
Yes, he actually even created a whole meme, Fire Howie. He was not a fan.
I did.
Not a fan.
Oh, man, I'm ecstatic right now as the Eagles fan. I got to get off. I got to call my Eagles buddies real quick. Y'all have a go out there.
Do your thing. I'm sick.
Chicago's picks in, so looks like
I am sick, man.
Yeah, I know. I mean, let's just not talk about it.
So yeah. Anyway, Skorinsky here. I think that's the pick here. I mean, they might go corner. I think I could see Gonzalez going to Chicago here. But I don't think that's the case. I think you want to protect your quarterback. I mean, freaking Justin Fields was running for his absolute life last
Yeah.
year.
It's a safety concern. You know what I mean? At this point, it's a safety concern. Like,
Yeah.
you need that tackle. And I think Skrinsky, like, he had a really impressive, like, time at Northwestern. I mean, another guy's played in the Big Ten, obviously a tough conference defensively. I don't know. I just think he's going to be somebody that doesn't take too long to translate into the NFL. I
Oh,
think.
sure.
So I don't
Yeah.
know if the Bears don't go O-line here.
If they don't go O-line here, if I'm Justin Fields, I request a trade.
Yeah,
I mean,
even Fields probably knew about Carter because Fields is kind of a Georgia guy too, or
yeah,
was. You know, he probably
yeah.
knows.
I think you got to request a trade because they don't care about you, or they think, oh yeah, he'll just go out there and run around. Like, no, Justin Fields actually prefers to play in the pocket,
Yeah,
and he's a decent pocket passer when you give him time.
bro, these
Yeah,
Jordan,
yeah.
Jordan Carter highlights are insane.
Yo, this dude, he's just a legit. He's a wrecking ball, man. He's a wrecking ball, and it's gonna be him and Jordan are gonna have so much fun. Because who do you double team? I mean, you go ahead and double Jordan if you want. Jalen is swifter. Okay, go ahead and double Jalen, and you'll see Jordan in the backfield every single play, just driving people off the ball. My goodness, I just, yeah.
I mean, the Eagles might be the favorites in the NFC again if they have this type of draft that Jerome wants tonight. I mean, who's better?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I agree.
Like, there's not really a team that's better.
Like I said, I think the two teams are the Eagles and the 49ers. I mean, the 49ers, we can't sneeze at that defense. And obviously, we saw what we saw in Brock Purdy. He looks to be legit as a quarterback. You give him a full season on his belt. Let's see what he can do.
Chicago went Darnell Wright, Tennessee.
Darnell Wright. Wow. Okay. I'm not mad at it.
Ray Roberts actually yesterday was saying Darnell Wright's his favorite tackle in this whole draft class. So I think it's him and Skrinsky are very 1A, 1B. Honestly, compare it a lot to how Witherspoon and Gonzalez are. So
yeah.
But it's interesting to see the O lineman falling a little bit. I'm glad for my case now that like at 20, all these wide receivers might be there for the Giants. I don't know. I'm hoping.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Darnell Wright. I think that's a good pickup. I think, in my opinion, I think he's probably the strongest tackle, like from a punching standpoint. His punch is really, really, really strong. So I think that he can. Yeah, I think he can be really, really good. And I like it. Again, go line, protect your quarterback. Watching his highlights. Look at his punch. You know, this is Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Moves his feet really well. He's got to be better with his hands. I think he has to be better with his hands. And I think his feet on. I think he's better served at left tackle than right tackle. I'll put it that way. I think he moves better going left than right. I think they'll obviously probably start him out as right tackle, but I think he's better left tackle than right tackle. I love his agility. You know, he's somebody who can pull. He's somebody who can move his feet a bit. And like I said, he's you know, got a really good punch. So I like.
Yeah. I again, like another guy that's been through the ringer too. Like he faces the toughest talent. I saw him dominate Will Anderson. You saw that too, I'm sure. Yeah, I just saw another play of Jordan Carter actually put Jordan Carter down. But yeah, again, I think Darnell Wright, he's probably one of the reasons why that Tennessee team was so good that year. You know what I mean? Like Hooker was protected all season long pretty much, and he had a lot of time in the pocket. And when you watch Tennessee play, it was very okay, Jerome, stop bragging.
This guy here. I don't see why do we even
reaction to it? We were both like a fourth
round pick. That is absolutely
Tennessee's picks in already, so at least things are starting to come together a bit more.
Absolutely absurd.
You think Tennessee even sniffs Levis? Do they sniff Levis?
Yeah.
No.
No, I don't think so. I mean, because Davis Mills, Will Levis.
Yeah.
I mean, are you upgrading that much? I mean, are you upgrading at all? Let's be honest. Like,
You mean Tannehill?
yeah, tennis. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Tennis, I don't. Are you upgrading? Like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Um,
You might get a little more
I would
mobility.
actually prefer
Tannehill.
Tannehill or their backup, who they don't.
Oh yeah, Malik Willis.
believe
We're
in.
forgetting about him.
But there's reports that they don't believe in him. But
Yeah. It's 1
no,
year. It's 1 year.
yeah,
Like you can't jump that assumption when your
yeah.
team was not good. First of all, they weren't good last year. Second of all, Ryan Tannehill was the guaranteed. Oh, did they? Yeah. Oh, I thought he's saying Will Levis went.
Yeah, he's saying it Will Levis or cornerback or wide receiver.
Yeah, I can see him going Gonzalez here.
Yeah, I think you got to go corner or wide receiver. I agree 100%. I think it's going to be wide receiver. I think JSN is off the board here. That's my pick if I'm Tennessee. You haven't been the same since A.J. Brown left. You're just putting way more pressure on Derrick Henry to be the entirety of the offense. Robert Woods was never a number one. He was never that guy. I mean, he's good, but he's not that guy. And he's more of like a utility type player anyway, right? Coming out the backfield, he can get the ball handoff, he can get the ball on screens, he can run the short to intermediate routes, but he's not a barn burner. He's not going to beat you down the field. He's not a jump ball guy or anything like that. I think JSN is the guy here because he can do it all, right? He can beat you down the field. He can run routes. His route running is really, really good. He's got strong hands. I think JSN is the guy.
Yeah. I hope not selfishly. I hope he keeps falling, but I do think that Tennessee needs more weapons. So, but for some reason, I think they go Gonzalez here. I don't know. Weird feeling.
I wouldn't be mad at it, right?
Yeah.
They've been championships, and their defense has definitely suffered some setbacks. And it's crazy because 2 years ago they were actually one of the better defenses in the NFL. And they didn't lose too many pieces, so it was kind of shocking to see how much of a fall off there was last year. But I honestly think that played in part to the fact that they weren't able to keep the offense on the field or threaten people with scoring because they didn't have any receiving threats. Corey Davis, you let go 2 years ago. Then last year you let go of A.J. Brown just for him to go walk into a Super Bowl. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be mad at Gonzalez here, but I would be more, I guess, proud is the word.
Yeah.
If they do in fact go JSN, I would say okay, they're trying to get back to moving that ball around. So yeah, no, I because quarterback, if it wasn't Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, or C.J. Stroud, it wouldn't make any sense. Wouldn't make any sense, especially with again the quarterback draft class that you pointed out.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier.
Coming out next year. So yeah, I think you gotta go Jackson. Here. So yeah, we will see. Let's see here. Just wanted to see. Okay, the pick is in. Just wanted to make sure there was no
no update.
No trades. All right. Well,
I'm still upset about the Jalen Carter situation.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. It kind of put a little damper on me a little bit. It's craziness. It's craziness. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. Not even gonna lie. Hey, coach is in the building. What's up? Quick thoughts on the top 10 grade A through F. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Good.
Let's do it. Let's see. I think obviously you go.
Bryce Young's an A. I would say he's an A.
Yeah, Bryce Young, A. CJ to Houston with
I think that's I think A minus there.
I think that's an A minus. I think, and then to get Will, I think that's an A plus.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you give it a solid A. Totally right. Let's bring our CEO back on real quick as the Titans do
Strinsky.
select Skoronsky. Yep. As we expected. Let's bring our CEO back on. Hey Sam, if you want to take a quick break,
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
you can. But yeah, so Jerome, to Coach's point, he had a question about our draft grades right now. What are your thoughts so far? I got again A for Bryce Young. I've got an A, a solid A for the next two picks, right? So an A minus for CJ Stroud plus Will Anderson is an A plus, so that just evens out to an A for me. For the Texans, after that, let me see here. Who traded the Cardinals traded the remind me of who?
They traded the Texans and then they went back up with oh man, now I'm blanking on it.
No, but I'm trying to think who was at 4 because I believe because Anthony Richardson went there. I think it was.
Anthony Richardson went to the Colts.
You're right.
They stayed there at that point. So I'm blanking on.
That's who it was. That's who it was. The corner.
Yeah.
I think it was the corner.
The second time.
Say it again.
The Lions and the Cardinals traded the second time.
Yes. But I believe Devon Witherspoon went. I'll give that an A minus. B plus.
I give it an A minus as well because I feel like they could have waited a little bit on that, even traded back a little bit. But I understand wanting to do it before the Lions because I mocked him going to the Lions. I just felt like he was the perfect fit for them. He was, he had that tenacity that I think I forgot the coach's name, but he's a guy that looks for those kind of guys, those scrappy kind of guys that's gonna fight at the ankles, as he says. I think he fed that that culture that coach wants a little bit, but at the same time, I say A minus, but I might knock it down to an A plus, a B plus, only because you still have Jalen Carter there. And I think that
your boy is gone. Your boy is gone.
Whoa!
I hate this pick. I hate this pick.
I hate it as well. And here's why. As a Philadelphia native, you got Swift there. You have who's the guy that just picked up? That was pretty good too.
I hate that pick.
Oh man, that's early. That is early. Oh man, Texans get an A plus. I love what the Texans did. Give them an A plus. They get an A. The thing is too, they got so many picks. Like this year, next year,
they get an A for me.
They get an A plus for me. That was you. As bad as a franchise you are, and you have the second pick overall, you get a quarterback, and then you get the best player on defense in this draft, and you still have a ton of picks. A plus. I'm sorry. Yes, Jamal
Williams is no longer on the Detroit Lions, I believe.
Yeah, it wasn't Jamal Williams, but they just picked up somebody. It's not Jamal Williams.
I believe if I remember correctly, Jamal is in New Orleans now. If I'm correct, I could be wrong.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look it up. I forget.
But yeah, so but at the same time, I still believe I agree with you. Facebook user, if you could drop your name, please, so we know who you are, because I'm not sure.
They got David Montgomery, bro.
Yeah, Montgomery. I hate the pick.
I do too.
I hate the pick.
I hate it in the sense of
it doesn't make sense.
They went too high on him. They went too high to get him. That's why I hate the pick. I like him as a player. I feel like him and Swift is similar. I just think Swift is injury prone.
I hate the pick. I mean, obviously Swift or Montgomery's not going to be there. One of those guys, you're not going to have three. But
it's gonna have to be Swift. It would have to be Swift.
I hate the pick. I hate it. This is
way too high.
I hate a pick every first round.
The player is awesome.
He's phenomenal.
Player is a player.
Player is phenomenal. I think he is a baller. Like he is.
I don't like the pick that you got him that high because
I would have preferred Chicago, like having him, or like you said, Philly. I would prefer Philly having him. I would have preferred a team like that, but like this doesn't make sense to me. I hate this. I hate it.
Got you a lot of words, man.
I hate it, dog.
I agree. I don't like the pick at all. I think it's definitely too high. Again, great player, and I like the player. I like the fact that you will get a fifth.
Matt, what's up, brother? What's up, man? Appreciate you.
You will get a fifth. You will get a fifth-year option with him, but it's too rich for me at this point. You could have got there's plenty of other guys on the board. You could have got Christian Gonzalez there. You could have got some edge rushers to help Aiden. You could have got a slew of other guys in here. I would have traded back. I would have tried to get an extra first round pick or extra second round pick. I think you still could have got him like maybe early 20s, mid 20s if he's that scared, and then still got another pick. And maybe if you would have got another first round pick, you probably could have got Brian Branch with him and pair that up.
I don't think any of the teams coming up right now would have taken Jahmyr Gibbs.
I agree.
I think I agree with you 100%. I believe he definitely could have fallen to you guys if you would have waited. And again, this pick just doesn't make sense to me, especially again, we're talking about running backs in the first round. I mean, it was Bijan and then everybody else.
That's the thing too. Like, if you're gonna take a running back this high, they gotta be super, super special. And listen, like again, Gibbs, love Gibbs. I would have took him in a late round, first round for the Eagles, but mainly because that would have been like a luxury pick, honestly. But like these running back, this is a deep running back class. There's some really good running backs in this class, and you pick a guy this high when you have other options. Like there's Bijan, there's Gibbs, and then like everybody else is like right there because it's like this big group of people in that same spot. There's a guy that I think is gonna go in the 7th round. I'm hoping it goes. His name is Deuce Vaughn. I don't know if you heard Deuce Vaughn. No way talking about Deuce Vaughn.
Have I heard of Deuce Vaughn? Boy,
Deuce
Vaughn. If you know, we always hear about people. Oh, he reminds me. He literally reminds me of Darren Sproles.
I know
it. but a little bit. It's like it's a mix of Darren Sproles and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So I won't say full Darren Sproles. It's like a mixture of the two. And I'm not talking about like I love Deuce.
I hate that pick. So Sam, I don't know if you heard the pick. Did you hear the pick, Sam?
Yeah, I saw Gibbs went to the Lions, right?
I hate it. I hate that pick.
I mean, I don't know.
Well,
good God.
They must have like a real clear picture of what that offense is going to look like with him and Swift, right? Like, I don't know.
And you got to remember, they just got Montgomery, David Montgomery.
I'm honest. I hate that.
Packers went Van Ness.
Oh God, that just.
I mocked that. I mocked that to the Packers.
Yeah, he went there.
That. Yes, sir. Hey, let me go with my mock. Let's go. I mocked that one.
Jerome, New England's next, and they got Levis on the board.
Woo! Yo, if that happens, Sam, I'm sorry.
I'm clipping that. If that happens, I'm clipping that. I'm calling everyone out.
Clip it. Go ahead, Sam. I wholeheartedly would not be mad at you if you clip that. Really wouldn't. Hey, he's there. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna let you get to it.
All right, Jerome. Good talking to you.
I hate that pick. I hate I hate it. Like, I can't get past. They took Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, I hate that pick.
And they traded kind of up for it, right?
Yeah,
Or
oh my gosh, Lions. This is why you've been the dumpster fire team that you have been for years. It's like, no. I wouldn't have been mad if you went O-line, and I don't think your O-line was bad last year. I wouldn't have been mad if you went O-line. I wouldn't have been mad if you went corner, obviously, to replace Jeff Okudah. I wouldn't have been mad if you went receiver to get some more help.
the Steelers traded up with New England. They're now picking at 14.
I hate it.
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
I hate that pick. Good gracious. I think we see Gonzalez go here, though. I think this is where Gonzalez goes. I think if not Gonzalez, I think they go O-line. But I do believe it'll be Gonzalez here.
Yeah, Pittsburgh needs a corner, don't they?
Yeah. I think they need. I mean, you don't need any receivers. The jury's still out on Kenny Pickett, and he played pretty well last year. He just could, like, you could see him. You can see with Kenny Pickett, like, it's starting to come together, right? Like the stuff is starting to make sense for him. And obviously Najee is phenomenal. I think offensive line is their biggest hole on offense, of course. But on their defense, I think their secondary is obviously the biggest hole. I think the linebackers are really good. Obviously, they've got a phenomenal pass rusher who absolutely just changes the game when he's out there. And TJ Watt, defensive player of the year candidate every single year, and a former winner. So, yeah, I don't see them going anywhere else but corner here. Now it just depends on what corner. I think it should be Gonzalez because, like I said, it was 1A and 1B between Gonzalez and Witherspoon for me. And so and the crazy part is their defense still wasn't bad even with the holes at corner. I think Minka on the back end helps with that, and obviously TJ creating so much pressure helps with that. But yeah, I think you got to go corner here. You just got Allen Robinson as well. Like you've got George Pickens, Allen Robinson. Like you've got enough offensive firepower to be formidable on offense. I think you got to go O-line or corner here, and I'm going to lock it in. I'm going to say I believe it's Gonzalez.
Yeah, I don't really see any other outcome right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't either. I mean, maybe you go pass rush, maybe, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I mean, TJ he's that good. He's that good. And I can't remember the guy on the other side of him who wasn't terrible last year. He came in after Bud Dupree left. Gapping his name right now.
Edmonds? No, he's been there for a minute.
No. He's the linebacker. Let me just look it up. How about that?
Yeah.
That's what Google's for, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here.
Wait, so basically the Steelers and Patriots did the same trade that Eagles and Bears basically did. They basically New England got a 4th and moved back 3 spots. But it's smart to do here. Like, it's different here, Like, I'm sure if Jalen Carter was still on the board, New England would not have traded back.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There we go. Roster. Defense. Because I'm not sure why I was just gabbing at that one name.
Pittsburgh took Broderick Jones from Georgia, so there's another tackle off the board.
Again, I think that's the the way to go, offensive line or D back. So I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Alex Highsmith, that's who it was, I believe.
Yeah,
he was,
no, that makes sense.
so, but I mean, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at the pick. I like the pick. Again, get better on the offensive line, run the football. I mean, we know the Pittsburgh motto: physical football, run the football, play dominant defense. That's what they do, and that's what we expect from them. I think it's a great pick. I think it's a good pick here. Again, the only other pick I could see is defensive back, but again, I think they believe with Michael on the back end, with their corners, and with the pressure that they can place on quarterbacks. That's the beauty about having a great pass rush. When you have a great pass rush, it makes your corners look that much better, right? And that's why I keep trying to tell people that's the reason I would have loved to have a Will Anderson or Jalen Carter or something like that, because you put pressure on the quarterback with an already shut down corner in AJ Terrell. It absolutely is going to help Jeff Okudah and any corner in the NFL.
Yeah, it would change the defense.
Be that much better just because I don't have to guard as long because the quarterback can't hold on the ball too long. Only 2 wide receivers in the first. So that's their prediction. I don't disagree with it at all.
Yeah, the way it's going right now, definitely.
At all. I could honestly see one. I don't think it'll happen, but I could honestly see just one going in the first. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But Broderick Jones, he is this is a towering human being. This is a huge individual. He's almost 6'6", 320 pounds. Dude is an absolute freak of nature. He's huge. Again, we know what Georgia's offensive line did last year. So no question, I think any offensive lineman from Georgia at this point is a good pick. My biggest concern is his if anything, is his he hasn't played a ton, right? He hasn't played a ton of football. So I guess his awareness, his IQ. I think that's going to be the biggest thing for me. I think, what's going to happen when you go against that NFL talent, right? When you go against that NFL talent where it's every week, it's somebody who's legit. Every single week. Now, granted, he played in the SEC, so he's dealing with legit talent. But again, it's college, so I guess that's just going to be my biggest concern. So I mean, he played I believe 19 games out of 32 in his time at Georgia. So, Nolan Smith at 30 would be wild. You know what, Jerome? You and your greed, you can go kick rock somewhere. How about that? How about that? How about that? All right, Jets are on the clock. Very interesting what the Jets want to do here. They've got their quarterback, so a lot of speculation that they might go for quarterback here because they may not have been sold on Zach Wilson. But if you have not heard, ladies and gentlemen, get out from under the rock that you live under. Aaron Rodgers is now officially a New York Jet. So they have their quarterback. They obviously have a ton of weapons for this guy. Breece Hall, Michael Carter in the backfield. And then you've got on the outside, you got Alan Lazard and Garrett Wilson and weapons galore. Like on offense, I don't think you really have a problem. If you want to do anything on offense, it's offensive line, right? O-line, you never can have enough offensive line. I don't think they go there. I wouldn't be surprised if they go tight end, but I don't think they go there either because Aaron Rodgers doesn't have a history of throwing to tight end. I think they go defense here, and I think they go edge rush. Which is my personal opinion. I think they go edge rush here, if they don't go offensive line, but I think they go edge rush. What are your thoughts?
I think they should take Nolan Smith here.
Yeah,
I think it just makes sense for the Jets, and I think the upside of that pick, their defense with Nolan Smith, that addition, I don't know. I think if he is what a lot of people think he will be, the Jets would have gotten very lucky in this first round just to have him. But
I'm not mad at it. Him and Juice would just be Juice Sauce would just be phenomenal. But again, I think it's a situation where when you can pressure the quarterback and you've got a dominant number one, it's like corner. It's like it doesn't really necessarily matter who you have on the other side. Put a safety over top of him if you're that concerned, and then just kind of let the pass rush get after him because the other side is locked down.
yeah.
I would hate Juan for that. Yeah, I mean it, and again, it would be great. Trust me, it would be great. I mean, you're talking about potentially 2 lockdown guys just to. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be mad at the pick. I would prefer, and I think they'll go pass rush here.
Yeah, they got about 2 minutes, so they're cutting it kind of close. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, maybe their phone is ringing here. Yeah, maybe their phone is ringing here, and they're fielding some things. I see a couple guys on the phone, as a matter of fact. But it looks like they're smiling, so it looks like their pick is getting ready to put. Yep, it looks like their pick is getting ready to put.
Yeah, they keep showing Nolan Smith.
Yeah, so I think it'll probably be Nolan Smith. I mean, I'm not. Again, I would have gone pass rush, Quentin Williams, and a great pass rusher. Scary, but if they do go Nolan Smith, hey, not mad at it. It'll get a B- for me though. Actually, I know I lied. It'll get a C. It'll get a C+.
Okay.
Not for the player himself. I think he's actually really good. I think for the pick, and this is my personal pass rush. Pass rush would have been it for me.
Yep. Well,
there's Rankins and Quentin Williams in the middle. You get a pass rusher on the outside. That's a D line. That's scary. That's scary. Plus sauce. I actually, I wouldn't even mind safety, but I think the safeties are formidable. Serviceable. Yeah. I'll say not formidable, but serviceable. I don't know. Has the pick come through on your end yet? I'm still streaming, so maybe a little.
Yeah, it's in, but
okay. Yep, I see pick is in. We will see. The Jets are going to be a very, very dangerous team this year, man. I think people are really undervaluing what a good quarterback can do, man. I think the Jets. I don't know if I'm quick to call them the favorites in the division just yet. I mean, you could make a case because the defense is looks to be really good, but I think Miami, with getting Jalen Ramsey, still scary on defense. I think the Patriots, you can never just count them out. I mean, it's Bill Belichick. And then the Bills, just with what they can do offensively and how they can score points. It's going to be, I think that'll be probably the toughest division, if not the toughest, one of the toughest divisions of football next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of said that earlier in our stream. AFC East, I mean, New England probably is the worst team in that division. Yeah. And that's saying a lot based on what they have in that building, coaching-wise, and just that front office in general. And they got to hit this. They got to hit something in this draft. They need a little something on that New England football team. And I think that's where Jackson Smith and Jake they make the move for JSN there. They need a wideout. They need some type of explosiveness on that offense. That's a boring team to watch. I'm sorry. It's boring. And if you're still not trying to just get a Ramondre Stevenson highlight reel, like, I don't know what you're watching the Patriots for. Yeah, it's not fun to watch. And I think part of that has to do with Mac Jones is being limited in what he could do for an offense.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I do not look forward to watching any Patriots games. I don't look for. I'm like, I don't want to see any of this. It's crazy though, because it's like they're not getting stomped, they're not getting blown out, so they're entertaining
Yeah,
games.
they're good games. It's just 20-16 or it's
Right.
20-17 and they're barely winning, or they need a fumble to win, or they.
Exactly. I don't like watching them.
It's not Mac Jones that wins the games for them. It's the defense. So they need more explosion on that offense just to be able to like score points. I mean, 20 points a game is not going to be cutting it.
Yeah, I don't like it. I can't stand watching Patriots games right now. No explosion, like I said, on offense. Defensively, it's just like they're solid. They're just solid. They don't turn the ball over a lot. They just don't allow you to score a lot.
Yeah, they don't break.
I'm not looking forward to any Patriots games unless they get somebody here that's like, knock your socks off, highlight reel type guy. But we'll see.
Yeah, you're right. The Jets went edge though, so you hit the nail on the head there. Will McDonald just went.
Yep. I think that's the proper. Again, for me, I think that raises the pick for me. I'll give them a solid B- for it. I think Will McDonald is he the best pass rusher in this draft? No. Is he somebody that I think is going to come in and right away just be a double-digit sack guy? No. But I think this guy on a D-line with Quinn Williams, Sheldon Rankins, with a corner like Sauce in the back, I think he can get to the quarterback, and I think he can be. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, young Sam on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do not have a graphic for him. Again, and I think reason being is, again, he wasn't somebody who was on many people's draft board as somebody who is a first round pick. It was like he could go in the first round, but like he's not a solidified first round guy. And then the second reason is, even with, you don't see him being a double-digit sack guy right off the bat. No. Now, granted, he could be because of the guys that the Jets have on D-line already, right? So he could benefit from that. But him alone, not sure. Very athletic though. Very athletic kid though. I will say that. Wow, they just showed a video of him jumping over a car. Oh, that was dope. Okay, reverse windmill, double pump dunk. He just jumped over another car. That was an SUV this time. Oh, wow.
That's fire.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, again, he's very athletic. And so the explosion's there.
Washington already put their pick in.
Oh, there you go.
I'm thinking Dalton Kincaid here. That's been the reports out of Washington.
Ooh, I like that.
They want Bieniemy to be able to build Kincaid kind of like he did with Kelsey and kind of create that offense for, I guess, Sam Howell for a year. But Washington, like they can wait and they could give up as much as they want next year to get Caleb Love or Luke May, and I could definitely see the Commanders doing that, because honestly, this is big picture for Washington, but that organization is still trying to figure out a lot of different things right now. So I think them being really good next year is kind of out of the picture, but I think they can, build on, their last year and be formidable this year and, turn into a much better team. But
yeah, no, I agree. But I think personally, I think I like tight end here. I'm not mad at it. But I wouldn't be surprised if they take Jackson to pair him with goodness gracious, happening his name. Scary Terry. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, because now you're a threat throwing the football all over the field. If Sam Howell is going to be the guy, I mean, he's got weapons, so you can just throw it around the field. Obviously, with Robinson and Gibson in the backfield as well, both are great at running the football, but both can actually catch out the backfield as well. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think to your point though, tight end gives you that safety valve, that short-handed guy that that's just and Kincaid is a very very good route runner. I think that's one of the things that separates him as far as like tight ends in his class. Like he knows how to get open. He uses his body well. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they go defense here. Ron Rivera is a defensive minded coach. And I wouldn't be surprised if they go Gonzalez.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to go with Kincaid here, but even if they do, I would grade that probably like a C. Like, I just think there's so many better players on the board right now that Washington can kind of afford to get greedy. I mean, I just think, I don't know. If I was here, I think I'm just taking JSN and I'm thinking, like you said, and not thinking twice. And that would probably be one of the better receiving groups in football if you're able to add him to that wide receiver room.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I guess we'll see coming up shortly. But I mean, honestly, I could see them going O-line here too.
Jerome thinks Levis is going there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can see O-line.
I can see O-line here. I could see it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
They can afford to go pretty much anywhere.
Absolutely. That's the thing about like you said, you kind of touched on it. The Commanders, they almost playing with house money in a sense. They don't have many holes. They're just playing in the division with the Eagles and the Cowboys and the Giants. It's a really tough division. The NFC East is just a really, really tough division, and that's just the reality of it. And I think what separates those teams is the quarterback. But I don't think Will's the answer. I don't think Will's the answer. So I agree with you. I think that you wait next year, Caleb Williams, something like that.
I don't think they have the coach. That's how I view it. Like I love Ron Rivera, but okay, so the Commanders got Emmanuel Forbes.
I was just looking at Emmanuel Forbes' tape the other day, and I said, you know what? This guy can play some ball. So I'm not mad at it. Mad at it. Again, another guy who we don't have a graphic necessarily for just because it wasn't expected. But I do believe this is a guy that, again, like I said, you go defense. I don't think you really miss. And if you think this guy can be a lockdown guy for you, I think it's a solid pick. Again, I'm gonna go C. I'll go C plus. I'll go C plus here. Again, another SEC guy, so he went against some top tier competition. But I think
Emmanuel Forbes and AJ. It lives. Yo, don't get me wrong. Forbes is a dog, but 160, bro. I'm sorry, you can't go 160 in the first round. He's a dog, like, and I love my smaller guys, but you got CeeDee Lamb. He's a little slim. You do got the Slim Reaper, so you do got some slimmer receivers but AJ Brown, you better not pick him against him. That's all I really wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say.
I mean, but we've seen some smaller guys get it done as well. I mean, we see like Denzel Ward is maybe 180 pounds soaking wet. So I mean,
that's a whole 20 pounds lighter, though. I'm just saying.
Well, listen, absolutely. I mean, he'll probably put on at least 7 pounds before. But at the same time, I think it's a situation where corner is one of those situations where you don't have to be the biggest guy, and I think I love that because if you got good feet, if you've got good closeout speed, if you got bounce, and if you got good technique, you don't necessarily have to be the biggest guy.
Yeah.
Because if you can,
Christian Gonzalez get picked?
No,
right?
No, he's still on the board.
What?
Still on the board. But I mean, so for me, it's just like if he faces a guy like, let's say, DK Metcalf, all he has to do is get to the ball before DK does.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be. He hasn't.
On the clock, by the way, and they had a picking. Willow. I'm out.
All right. Yeah. So for me, when it comes to corners and stuff like that, they don't have to be the biggest. They just have to be dogs.
Yeah.
He's a dog.
Well, Patriots picks in, so that's good. Going at a little pace here, and they just went Christian Gonzalez, so they didn't take much time with that.
There you
New
go.
England's with their corners again, man. I don't know. He's going to work out there.
There you go.
You know he's going to work out there.
You know, I'm just realizing I don't think I have a graphic for the Patriots. That's how irrelevant the Patriots have been. That I don't think I even have a graphic for them. No, I don't have a graphics for the Patriots. But again, I mean, yeah, Christian Gonzalez. Oh, there it is. Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots. I'm surprised he fell this far. Like I said, I think I get it though. At the same time, because the talent level that he played against maybe isn't, again, you look at Forbes, you look at Witherspoon, they played against SEC talent, and so I guess I can kind of understand it. But again, I just watching this guy film, his feet are just, again, for me, they're just phenomenal, and I love Forbes versus AJ Brown lives. Great picks, Patriots. I do like this pick. I do like this pick.
I think it's an A.
Yeah, I'll say A-.
A-.
Yeah, I'll say A-, only because I think
bigger needs.
Yeah, they've got bigger needs, man. I think that offense is. It's like you guys weren't bad defensively last year.
Yeah, that was never the problem.
That was not the problem. Your offense can't score the football. But again, Bill Belichick is run the football, play good defense. It's won them Super Bowls in the past.
This is crazy to me how there's no wide receivers that have gone. Like, still, like I can't. I'm kind of wrapping my head around that. It's just
we might get one here though.
Yeah, Detroit.
We might get one here with Detroit on the clock again. But
Levis looks really nervous right now.
He should be. I mean, but I don't think he should.
Oh, his mom just gave him a hug. He's looking sad. I feel bad.
Yeah. Just looking at Christian Gonzalez, his feet, man, the way he closes on the ball, man, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Rangy dude. Good technique. Look at the fact that he wasn't the first or second off the board is still kind of mind-boggling to me. I just love watching this guy with his technique. I mean, he just plays really well, man.
Yeah,
just plays really well. But Will, I mean, with Will Levis, I think he had to. You gotta be realistic too, guy. Like, you're probably the fourth. You were obviously the fourth quarterback considered as well, and a lot of teams don't necessarily need quarterbacks right now. Like, that's why the teams in the top 4 or 5, maybe top 10, need quarterbacks, and most of them probably had a quarterback taken last year. Right, so like you look at Atlanta, we had a quarterback taken last year. We don't need a quarterback. I mean, the Panthers, they were the number 1 pick. They were going to take Bryce Young. You look at the Pistons, they needed a quarterback, and they got C.J. Stroud, who's again the second best in this class. You look
like those tweener teams, like you're saying, like Green Bay, they're not going to give up on Jordan Love yet. Tennessee, they're kind of in that middle ground too. Like, it's not worth it unless these guys are like that dude, and none of these guys besides Bryce Young, I don't think are that guy.
And even the Colts, you look at the Colts, if they didn't go quarterback here, you couldn't be mad at them because they still got a veteran quarterback in Matt Ryan at the helm who can stable the ship, if anything. And if they are terrible next year, again, the draft class coming out next year is better than
Will. I think
you're not better than any of them, Will. So
I don't think Bryce Young's better than any of them, or at least just Luke May and Caleb Williams at this point.
So yeah, I think he's got to be realistic at the same time. And I understand that it's disappointing, it's frustrating, but I mean, and there's still possibility. There's still
Tampa
possibility.
Tampa's an interesting spot too
Yeah,
coming up here at
yeah,
19.
yeah. So it's still a possibility. I just don't.
Like
I don't know.
I could see the Bucks taking Levis. Like maybe, you know what I mean? Like they have Baker, but honestly, I think Baker's one of those guys that wouldn't be. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I agree. I think I could see the Bucks.
He could fall.
I can see the Bucks. If the Saints have another pick? I'm not sure if they have another first round pick.
Seattle is another pick.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I can see Seattle. I mean, he would have to know he's not coming in even to compete for the starting job. I can see the Saints if Derek Carr, they're still like,
Yeah.
we're not 100% sold on you, Derek. We'll get somebody, but I could see. And then, again, that's if they have another pick.
I think he does, like a guy like Carr and like a guy like Garoppolo do what Levis doesn't do. I think they control the game. You know, they're not going to make big mistakes. I think they don't have that flashy arm talent or that ability to drop, a no look pass from 50. Like maybe not, but I'd rather have that and the ability to compete in all these games than the boomer bust of Will Levis.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one other team I could see potentially is the Vikings. I can see the Vikings. Kirk is getting up there in age, so I could see that as well. But I mean, you kind of had to expect this, Will. Like for me, it's funny to watch some of these quarterbacks get upset, and I'm like, what did you really expect?
Yeah.
Like think about the division that you played in, the conference that you played in. Think about what you put on film compared to the other guys that went before you.
Yeah.
You
And
know?
also, I don't know if you know the backstory on Will Levis, but he was at Penn State for 2 years.
Yeah.
Couldn't beat out Sean Clifford, had to transfer. Like
it's Sean Clifford. Like
he he didn't win the job. Like he definitely had that chance too. Like I don't think you know what I mean? Like that's just interesting to me that maybe he just lacks character problems, Like
yeah.
And he's a guy that loves the attention. It's not like he's even gonna he's not like the Daniel Jones type that's going to put his head down no matter what and just work. Levis, wants his he wants his moment in the sun here. They
Absolutely.
keep showing him though. He looks really nervous and he keeps looking around like he's going to walk somewhere. And hey, who knows? Detroit made that Gibbs pick earlier so they could blow this whole thing up with
they could. They absolutely could. I mean, they absolutely could. I actually could see them taking him here. But I think they're sold on what Jared Goff did last year. I think Jared Goff honestly had a resurgent career last year, a resurgent year last year in Detroit. I mean, he was throwing 300 yards like it was nothing.
Like it was nothing. 302 touchdowns every game.
Like,
Man was just throwing that deep ball. I mean, all over the field. I mean, that was an impressive offense to watch. But the Lions took Jack Campbell, a linebacker from Iowa.
Not mad.
Yeah.
Not mad.
He's a Dan Campbell type of guy, I guess. No. It's kind of how I view it.
Give it what's going on here? Okay. That's the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, the Hawks are winning right now. I just saw that.
I love it. I hope they force a game 7, man. I can't stand the Boston Celtics. I'm a Heat fan. You know what I'm saying? You saw what the Heat did.
Yeah, congrats, boss. I forgot about that.
That's right. That's right. He's
Jimmy, baby. Playoff Jimmy, man.
Playoff Jimmy.
He might be the most underrated player in the NBA.
He is, in my opinion. He absolutely is. We don't have a graphic again for Jack Campbell. Again, another guy who it's like, okay, yeah, if he goes in the first round, you're not surprised.
I had to get on here real quick. Lions, what were you doing here?
Who else would you have taken?
Listen, I don't know who I would pick, honestly, but
I actually like the pick. I give it a C plus. Honestly, if this was a second
Too
round
high again. Too high.
Exactly. If this was a second round pick, it would be a B plus A minus.
Exactly. They could have traded back, got an extra second round pick, still got Jack Campbell. Way too high. Nobody like they messing up my board because I said this yesterday. I was like, it's gonna be one running back, maybe two, and if it's not, it's gonna be Jahmyr Gibbs very late in the first. Or
honestly,
I said there was gonna be no linebackers in the first round. That was my hot take, and they messed me up. So Detroit, what are we doing? You messed me up, man.
Yeah, I would have preferred. Honestly, I would have preferred.
Like both players. I think both players are really good, but it's just where they're picking them, man. It just.
I would have preferred JSN. I would have preferred JSN there. And just in my personal opinion, I get an explosive guy on offense.
Yeah, Jason actually makes sense because what's his name suspended.
Right.
Jameson Williams for batting.
Right, Jameson Williams. I mean, you talk about one of the better offensive receiving corps in the NFL. If you get Jackson, like Jameson Williams when he comes back, Jackson Smith and Jabba, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and that's scary. And Jared,
right now, I'm saying 2 wide receivers in the first round, if that, because he's looking real meek right now. Like Addison and Digba. That's the only 2 I think is going to go in the first round at this point. I didn't have the receivers that high anyway in this draft that much anyway. I know there's a lot of hype on certain players, so I was kind of like, oh yeah, maybe but no, Quentin Johnston is one of those guys that at the beginning he said.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say Will Levis is the Bucs pick.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it, but I just want to jump on
here. Absolutely, listen, jump on it whenever you need to, whenever you want to. We like to have you on here. I might be taking a break shortly, so you might have to come on back.
Let me know.
But I'll let you know. But yeah, I'm gonna lock it in, man. I'm gonna go Will Levis here. I think he's the guy that the Bucs select. Their pick is in, so they're not trading back.
They went with the pick guy, the Cansey kid, D tackle, Kajai Cansey.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think there might be a graphic for him actually.
Let me see. Yep. All right. I'm not mad at that.
He ran a 4.67.
Yeah, I'm not mad at
320 pounds.
He's a freak athlete. I'm not mad at it as well. Just with what's his name? Oh God, the D coordinator. Goodness gracious.
It's not Bruce. Oh, Bruce Arians, not Bruce Arians.
Their head coach.
Arians. Yeah.
No, not Arians. Arians is in the front office.
Oh, they moved him.
Goodness gracious. Black guy. He was the.
Oh, it's Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles. Jeez Louise. Why am I was gabbing that so much. They just showed him on the screen and everything. Todd Bowles. Defensive guy, so I'm not mad at it.
I'm not shocked either. Not you said that.
Not surprised by it. I'll give this pick a C. Yeah, I'll give it a C. I mean, it's not below the top off type of pick here.
I honestly think it's a pretty good pick, and I think I'd give it a B minus, B. I just think overall, I think he was a really good prospect, and he broke all these Aaron Donald records from Pitt. I mean, this guy had a really good college career. I think. I
think he's going to be a phenomenal. Yeah. I guess for me, I'm looking at it from a standpoint of I don't know if that was the biggest hole that you needed to fill. Was it a hole? Yeah, sure, absolutely. I think that they definitely needed to tackle. They haven't been the same, without Ndamukong Suh. I think you need somebody else on the side next to Vita Vea because Vita Vea is just getting double teamed at this point. So I think now you free him up to get single coverage, and obviously Cansey can actually rush the passer very, very well from the inside. I just don't think it's the biggest hole. Yeah. And so for me, I think that's where I give it like a C, maybe C plus, but I think that's
What
a
do you
fun. I'll go with it.
What do you think Seattle's thinking here?
Man, I think they go. I think they go line.
O-line.
Yeah,
Osiris Torrance is still there. There's a few guys left, I think.
yeah. I think they go line here. I think, and I think it's a smart pick. You want to continue to protect your people, protect Geno. He's not. I mean, again, he's not a scrambling quarterback, mobile quarterback, scrambling quarterback. I mean, not even close to that. So I think Seattle goes goes O line here. I would like to see them go on O line here. That's a better statement. Maybe D line, but I think it's got to be a lineman. I think it's gonna be a lineman.
Yeah, I mean, we thought they were going to take Carter earlier, didn't we?
Absolutely,
Who didn't we think was going to take Carter in that top 10?
man. It's shocking. It's shocking. Yeah, it's shocking. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see it. Who do you think? Who do you think Seattle's going to take? Or not even who, but what position? What position?
Yeah, it's getting tough. I don't know. I think they got to go D line here as well. But again, they could go offense. There's still all those tight ends on the board. It'd be good to give Geno one of those guys, maybe.
Yeah.
I know they have Noah Fant still, but I don't know. I think a guy like Mayer would be cool here. You know what I mean? Like you get a blocking tight end that's just a system guy, able to just I don't know. Whenever I think of Seattle, I always thought of them using their tight ends a pretty good amount. Like guys like Disley and there's Hollister. There's a lot of random guys that just produced in the Seattle tight end role in the past. So I don't know. I think they need another weapon to kind of stretch the field here. And there's a lot that are falling into their lap. So I think they should consider JSN in the least.
You must have telepathy or something. I was literally just thinking, like, I wouldn't be surprised to go receiver. I still think they need to go line, either O line or D line. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you get another weapon for Geno. Obviously, again, they're going to be able to run the ball with Kenneth Walker. The dude is an absolute stud at running back. I think you get DK, JSN. That's and Tyler. That's a scary receiving core. I mean, that's dangerous. Not just dangerous, but fast, strong, physical at the point of attack. I wouldn't be mad at it. O line, D line for me gives them because I don't think they can miss with the pick here unless they do something like draft. I don't know, like Keely Ringo or something like that. It's like you just got a corner. You know what I mean? Like that's something that I'm like, all right, you missed. But you go offensive line, defensive line, makes sense to me. And even Will Levis. I wouldn't be surprising to me. And I would like the pick. I would like him going to Seattle because he can sit behind a veteran quarterback who knows what it feels like to sit behind a vet who wasting the tight end is high. They like to rotate him. Yeah. But I mean, they'd be wasting the pick. But yeah, Will Levis here could be somebody, sit behind Geno, learn a little bit, because he's got tools. That's the Will's got tools, and Geno is quote unquote toward the latter end of his career. So, in some books, age wise, so
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised. But again, for me, the pick is O line, D line, and I don't really think you can miss.
Well, Seattle is 50 seconds to the side here, so they're kind of cutting it close. I'm assuming their pick's probably in. They just haven't updated their little thing.
Yeah, I'm thinking either Smits or maybe Miles Murphy.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. I like Brian Breesy too, maybe here.
I do like Brian Breesy. Yeah. But I guess we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. They're taking every single bit of this clock. Come on, Pete Carroll. We got stuff we want to do, like sleep.
Oh, Seahawks are taking Ohio State wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba.
There it is. I love this pick. Yeah.
They might have the best draft so far, in my opinion.
I love it. Do we have a graphic for him? I could have swore there it is. I love it. You get Geno another weapon. I mean, now Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, JSN,
I know. I'm kind of upset for my
situation. They're going to be formidable next year.
I know. I just wanted JSN to fall to the Giants. I need like 3 more picks there.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have to settle with a corner.
Yeah.
Banks is still there. Branch is still there. But
I like it. Seahawks are doing really well this draft. I think they got an A so far for me.
I agree.
They got an A for me so far. It might when we go back through it might be an A plus, but right now it's at a solid A. I don't think they missed at all. But I mean, are we surprised? I mean, the Seahawks haven't done bad drafting wise in a while.
Oh, you know who's still there though? Joey Porter Jr. One guy I kind of forgot about.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I would not be mad if we got some comments here.
Boo.
There you go.
I'd tap out after that one. I think he might fall the second round. I think it's starting to trend that way.
It's a possibility, but I mean, there's still some teams that could use a good corner.
Yeah.
So is this just now getting the Seahawks selection? Goodness gracious!
I know,
man. This NFL Network stream is super far behind. Sheesh. Who is that kid on the far left of Roger Goodell? He is a titan of a human being.
Yeah.
Number 9. Jeez. I bet you he's like 16 or something. Goodness gracious. Yeah, he's freakishly large. Look at his legs. Look how long his legs are. Good gracious. Some of these kids, man, what are you eating?
So annoying. I wanted him to fall so badly.
Yeah. If you guys got Jax, like I think that, man, that would honestly take your offense over the top.
I'd be really excited
because
the way things are looking right now, I don't know if Saquon Barkley's going to be suiting up for our team this year, which isn't, I mean, there's definitely it's definitely not a good thing for the Giants, but I don't necessarily view it as a horrible thing. We're saving a little money. I could see them going with a mid-round back in this draft, and
sure.
I'd almost rather have the committee if you're going to spend $2 to $3 million in total on 2 running backs instead of paying one guy $14 million. Yeah, Jerome's right. I think someone's just going to end up trading up for Levis once this thing gets close to the end. I can see Kansas City and the Eagles both kind of trading back and trying to acquire more picks, to be honest.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, Kansas City for sure. City for sure. I could definitely see trading back and acquiring more picks. I mean, maybe they go corner. Maybe that's where you could see a Joey Porter Jr. going.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if I see him trade back. And honestly, I would love for them to trade, get Joey Porter Jr. or something like that. But I got to see him trade. Let's be real; those Quentin Johnson might go to possible.
Yeah, I can see it.
I can see it.
I like Zay too, but I think
I actually like Zay. I was gonna say I like Zay, so I'm not mad at Zay Flowers.
I would personally rather, if I was the Giants, I would rather have Joey Porter Jr. I feel like they have they have a tie to him. Brian Dable's son just got hired as an assistant for the Giants. He was assistant at Penn State last year, so there are some ties to Penn State and the Giants already. And I don't know. I like what Porter Jr. does. I think he's the best cornerback left, and him and Banks would be fine with me. So they're both there. The Chargers. This is an interesting pick though, just to kind of. They could take Jordan Addison. You know, they could mix this up. They need more receivers.
I don't like Jordan Addison right here though. I think they still got some more holes. I don't like I like Jordan Addison. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a really good player. I just don't like him here to the Chargers. I think they've got some more holes. Like I said, C.J. Jackson. We got to see if he's going to come back and be top tier again. I think he will be. I said J.C. Jackson. I think so. We'll see what happens with it, but I still would like them to go defensive back. I wouldn't be mad if they go edge rusher opposite of Joey. I wouldn't be mad there. I wouldn't be mad if they. I mean, I guess I could see receiver, sure, but I wouldn't be mad if they get somebody to help out Austin Eckler in the backfield too. You know, because at this point, it just seems like that offense just relies so much on him. Addison here would be dope, or Joey. Yeah, I could either one is not bad. Again, I like Jordan Addison. I think he's a really good player. I just think that again, for me, I'm just the way I kind of look at it when it comes to when I'm drafting a team. I'm like, listen, what's the biggest hole? Is that the biggest hole? You know. Excuse me. I mean, Mike Williams is Mike Williams. Keenan Allen is still one of probably the most underrated wide receiver in the NFL. Still. So I don't think receiver wise it's an issue. I think, and again, always you can never have enough linemen.
Yeah.
So
Chargers picks in. So we have only 10 picks left, Avery. We're in a okay spot, about 2/3 of the way there.
Mm-hmm. Almost there, man. I don't understand why they draw out the rounds super long sometimes.
Yeah, it's just more the presentation of the pick. You know,
Yeah.
the pick's always in. It's just.
Mm-hmm. I think it's Roger Goodell just taking a sweet behind time, walking around talking to people, drinking Mai Tais and other cocktails and stuff. I just, I mean, we remember we remember Roger Goodell during the pandemic. That was absolutely hilarious. That was probably my favorite version of Roger Goodell, though, sitting in that chair.
Yeah.
And he had some type of libation because he was enjoying himself. He was enjoying himself very much. That was my favorite version of Roger Goodell. He was funny. He had to, yeah. Anyway, IDK. This is where it gets to that murky point, like picks like 15 on down. I'm like, I don't know where are you gonna go. You know where are you gonna go? I actually could see Kincaid going here. I could see them going tight end.
Yeah.
Would I? Not necessarily, but I can see it. I mean, I don't think weapons is the issue with Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I don't think really is either. They also don't have Austin Eckler under contract, so they could. I don't know. I mean, there's not really many running backs in this area that you really would target right now.
Yeah, they're gonna re-sign Austin Eckler. I mean, you're talking about one of the best. Like,
yeah,
that's all it is. He's top 5 in the NFL. Like, I'm tired of people disrespecting him.
Yeah, he's been disrespected for way too long.
He's one of the top. I think it's something about that Chargers team where they just have guys who are just literally just doing it every year, and they just get disrespected. So,
wow, they took Quentin Johnson.
LaMarcus, what's up? How do I feel about Bijan? I'm not mad at it. Again, I would have preferred Jalen Carter, absolutely, 110%. Quentin Johnson to the Chargers, wide receiver. Again, don't necessarily know if I fully agree with it, but hey, whatever. Big guy, 6'2.5". Well, 6'2" is like 3/4. But yeah, I'm not mad at the pick. I just would have preferred to have Jalen Carter. Um, I hate that it was so right. I think it was too high. Jerome clearly doesn't like this pick. All right. But yeah, I think at the same time, I mean, he was going to go in the first 15 picks. Bijan Robinson wasn't falling out of the top first 15 picks. If it wasn't us, it could have been the Eagles. If it wasn't us, it could have been the Bears. If it wasn't us, it could. I mean, there's so many teams that would have taken him. But I just would have preferred to have Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter with Grady Jarrett, with Bud Dupree, back in AJ Terrell, Jesse Bates, Jeff Okudah. Man, you're talking about a defense that's big time defense right now. But I mean, at the same time, with the moves that we made on the defensive side of the ball, I think offensively now we're formidable as well. Because if we got Jalen Carter, there would still have been questions offensively. Can we put up points? Can we stay in the game with a team like a Kansas City who you know is going to put up the points, a team like Buffalo who you know is going to put up the points, or go against these top defenses and put up points like the Eagles or like the 49ers. So I'm not mad at it. I just no hands and one trick pony. But if you would give me a QE for him, it would be Herbo. Yeah. I can agree with that assessment, Jerome.
I just don't think he's worth a first-round pick, especially
Not
to
even
a team that could score a lot of points already.
Absolutely.
Herbert's got a lot of faith in Keenan Allen and Mike Williams still. I like both Clemson guys here. I thought Miles Murphy would have been a great fit to add to that defense. And it's more of a position where you go, hey, I have 5 pass rushers, but it's still like a great thing, especially with the injury history that Mac and Boza both have. You know, they have not. Either one of them is not known for staying on the field particularly. So
yeah, I agree. But at the same time, like I said, I understand where Jerome is coming from. I mean, if you're going to get him a quarterback, Justin Herbert, great fit. I mean, he's got a bomb, he's got a rocket, so he'll let that thing go.
No doubt,
he'll let that thing go. I mean, but like you said, I think he's still got faith in. I mean, I think this just opens the door up for Keenan Allen to do what he does underneath again, though. Because you talk about route running, especially those short to intermediate routes. I mean, you're not going to find too many in the NFL that's better than him.
Yeah.
So you run these guys down the field and let Keenan work underneath. I mean, I could absolutely see a huge season for Keenan. But we will see. We will see. But
Nolan Smith was still lurking around too.
Yeah, he is. He is. I mean, what are your thoughts on Brian Branch?
Ooh, let him fall to the Eagles. Brian Branch will give the Eagles a very similar player as far as Quentin Johnson Jr. or I would say Jr. I don't know why. Quentin TJ GJ Garner Johnson. There we go. Give him a similar player. Not the greatest at covering, so I think you will need to use him a little bit more in the box. I know me and LaMarcus kind of talked about this before. Not saying that he's terrible at the position or terrible at coverage, but he's not, somebody that you want at free safety. So I love him. I do like him a lot. So, all right, AB, I'm going to take over you so you can run to the bathroom, sir. So Sam, how we feeling, man? You think what you got? Addison, Flowers? I would hate for y'all to get Addison. I love Addison. I would hate for you guys to get Addison. But who would you rather have at this point?
I don't know. I think they're in a kind of a good spot right now. It just seems
Marcus,
like
I 100% agree with you on that. I do agree with you on that. I think if I'm mistaken, I think me and you was talking about him playing a little bit more like that lone safety, and
Yeah.
I think I would like him there.
I hope the Giants take Joey Porter Jr., honestly. They got 3 picks left. I hope he falls. I didn't think he deserved to fall this far. He's one of the players that
Who you
I
say?
expect. I said Joey Porter Jr. I thought there'd be a bigger.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
I thought there'd be a bigger run on corners already. Like I thought there'd be.
I agree, but at the same time, I'm not 100% like surprised. There's a lot of good corners in this draft. You got Joey Porter Jr. and I did think he was gonna go a little bit earlier. Than some of the guys but like this tells you that it's a D class of corner because you got him still. You still got what's his name?
Deontay Banks.
Cam Smith, Banks. Yeah, I love Banks. Me and Ray love Banks. So that tells you.
I can see us taking him too. I think it'll be one or the other, honestly.
Yeah. So we got Baltimore that's on the clock right now. Change that real quick.
They had an absolute day today.
Baltimore?
Yeah, I mean they got Lamar done. Like they finally actually.
Oh yeah. Lamar Jackson still in the spotlight from the draft earlier. Good for them though.
I know. It kind of gives them something to look forward to, like a real season. I don't know. It's talking about Ravens.
Hey, you want to talk about the Ravens? I know they got OBJ, but they in a receiver, and this might be a spot they can get one right here. I mean,
I would like Addison there too. I think him and OBJ would go pretty.
God, Addison would, OBJ and dude, that would be amazing. Addison right here would be great. Addison,
we're still missing there's still one. Who's that kid from Old Miss? Who was that receiver on?
The big kid, the receiver. I forgot his name.
I still like him, but he's been thrown into the fire because he's playing wide out one when they don't have anyone.
Mango.
Yeah,
I think he's more of a second rounder to me, especially with some of the guys still on the board.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they can get him here. He's a good player here. Who else the Ravens can probably get here?
Hey, what else do they need? Oh, here it goes.
You got it? Yeah. I'm way behind you guys, so you're gonna have it before me. I can see Brian Greasy here.
Zay Flowers, great pick.
Zay Flowers, there it is. I told you, I had a feeling like as soon as I've seen some of those receivers moving, and then you guys are gonna be coming up soon. It's gonna be Baltimore here. We got Minnesota next. They might be getting a receiver as well. I don't think Jacksonville will. Then next to you guys, we got Dallas, who's probably gonna get like Breezy. And we talked about Breezy yesterday going to the Cowboys, look like a Cowboy guy. I hope they don't get Branch. I'm actually praying that Branch falls to the Eagles. I mean, it's getting close. We got Joey Porter Jr. still on the board. I can see Cowboys getting somebody like him as well. Definitely. But Zay Flowers, he's a good kid, super fast. He's gonna be that guy that's gonna kind of take the role of Hollywood Brown since they lost him. Hollywood Brown was great for his speed, but very inconsistent hand. And wasn't good route running. This kid is way better. This kid is way better than Hollywood Branch. Only 5'9" and 182 pounds, so he's a little short. But man, this kid is productive. He's very productive.
Yeah, I honestly, it's crazy how the Ravens.
He almost walked the wrong way. He was about to get another guy walking the wrong way there, but I like him a lot.
Like the Ravens seemed kind of dead in the water about 2 days ago, and now I think they're gonna have a shot to win their division. So, they've done a good job, and I think they're just it kind of just goes to show how the game's going. You're gonna have to pay to keep a team together like that, and they did. They just realized that losing Lamar was just gonna shock their fan base, and it was just gonna send that team to kind of like a black hole for a few years.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They had to find a quarterback because Huntley's not the. I mean, I like Huntley. He'll be a good stopgap guy, but he's not the guy.
No.
They got, like I said, they got OBJ now. They got Zay Flowers. They got their quarterback back, who's
They still got Rashad Bateman too. I like Bateman. Still.
Yeah, Bateman too. Yeah, you fit, Zay Flowers in the slot now too, and let him work in here a little bit.
OBJ still works the slot too. That's been a thing that he's done in the past, and it might honestly work better for him now that he's a little bit beat up more than.
Definitely. Man, it just compares him to Steve Smith. I would love to see a Steve Smith in this league again, man. I miss him.
I know, I miss that guy too. I saw some. Yeah, they are doing Lamar wrong.
Come on, they paid the man. They got him some weapons. What more do you want, LaMarcus? They did do him wrong. In the past, they did do him wrong, but they did him right by giving him that contract, making him a high-paid quarterback. I think it was good.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Yeah, I didn't see the terms of the conditions of the contract, and that's always a factor as well. So we see how that is. Maybe you have a injury clause in there or something like that. But yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm excited about this pick, man. I like it. Yeah. So obviously they're gonna have the running game going, stuff like that as well. Which actually I was thinking they might possibly go offensive line, but I'm okay with this. I'm definitely okay with this for sure. Because they definitely need some guys outside of Mark Andrews. I mean, come on. Mark Andrews is a beast, but come on.
I have a weird feeling Will Levis is going to fall to the second round here.
Will Levis? Yeah. Now how everything's falling, I mean, unless, like we said before, there's teams that are close to the edge. Let's see. Detroit got the third pick in the second round. The Rams do. Rams could be a possibility there, actually. They could trade up. The Rams are the fourth. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth team in the second round. So there's a possibility that they can do that. LaMarcus, where you been all day? You missed the news? Yeah, man. High paid quarterback right now, man. High paid. That's crazy. How you miss that, LaMarcus? You missed the biggest news of the day. We got the guy Avery back, so I'll let him get his position back. So Zay Flowers to the Ravens, man.
Yeah, I saw. I actually don't like it. To be honest.
Don't?
Yeah, no, I don't like it. I mean, I like Zay. I like Zay Flowers. I think he's a really good wide receiver. He's tiny though. Like, what is with?
So is Addison.
You got Mark Andrews.
OBJ is not big. He's 5'11".
He's a proven player and he can get open.
Absolutely.
The only thing about small players that worry me is that they can't get open. They can't get off a press. He can get off a press. So you got a guy that can get off a press. You got a guy speed.
Let me be clear. As a player, I think he's nice. I think he's a dog. I think he's going to translate well in the NFL.
Okay.
I don't like it in Baltimore.
Okay.
That's that. Okay. I don't like him in Baltimore.
I was gonna say you don't like you okay with you don't like Zay Flowers, but you're okay with Forbes being 160 pounds.
Yeah, no, because it's not a size. It's not a size thing. It's in Baltimore. They're small. Like it's like for me, it's just like I just want because my thing is
I have a job too, sir.
My thing is this. I feel like
yeah.
I want them to have more of a red zone threat. I want them to have more of a red zone threat than just Mark Andrews. And I just feel like I guess. I mean, I would have preferred Zay Jones to somebody like the Chargers. I would have preferred.
You still got Bateman. Bateman's not a little guy either. So
he's not, but I mean, you gotta get on the field, man. You gotta stay healthy. So like for me, I would have liked Zay Jones for somebody like the Chargers. I would have liked him.
I do agree with that. Marcus saying with that part though. He did need somebody with catch radius because he's not the most
exactly. And I would have liked again the Patriots. I would love to see somebody like Zay Jones on the Patriots. I would love to see somebody like Zay Jones on the Packers. But like, I don't. Lamar's accuracy.
Tell that to Devontae Smith.
Lamar's accuracy is such a concern for me that I'm like Zay Jones could be wide open, and it's not his accuracy. Let me correct myself. It's not Lamar's accuracy. His accuracy is a product of something. His accuracy is a product of his mechanics. His mechanics are horrible.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
got Vikings on the card.
I'm hearing some rumors that Levis might be in the mix here.
Again, this would make sense. This Will Levis here gives them a B- pick for me.
Yeah,
And that's a solid ranking. But
I would actually like Levis here. Actually,
I like Will Levis here. I really like Levis here. So yeah, I would like that. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for the pick to actually come in, LaMarcus had a question for you.
Oh, yeah, LaMarcus. Daniel Jones is my franchise quarterback. I got zero doubt about it. He's worth every penny. Worth every penny. This year will be. You'll see this year, Jerome. You'll see.
Hey, listen.
We're coming to the lake. We taking one home. Guarantee.
Y'all saw what Daniel Jones did in the playoffs last year to these Minnesota Vikings.
Torched them.
Don't play around with him now. Like
he threw Pat Pete into the third row, a little stiff arm off an 18-yard run. This kid's a ball player, bro. Do not mess with number 8.
I love Danny Dimes. That's my guy, yo.
He's a tough dude. I swear, if he would have hit the market this year and the Falcons saw him, he would have worked out there. Like if he, like I seriously, someone would have paid that man. Like
absolutely.
Everyone's looking at the Giants crazy, but someone would have paid him. And
Stop it. The Eagles went to the Super Bowl. Stop doing that.
Come on, bro.
Like they went to the Super Bowl. He did that against the team that went to the Super Bowl, a top 5 defense.
Wait till we have Jordan Addison in 2 minutes, Jerome. I'll calm you down.
Talking spicy. I think Will Levis goes right here though. I would like it. I would like this pick. But I honestly
they just took Addison. So it's Justin Jefferson and Addison.
I don't like it. I would have liked Will Levis or Joey Porter Jr. only because I feel like you don't have Patrick Peterson anymore.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have a corner go there too. But I guess they say we're going all in. We're going to throw this football this year. We're going to run the football. We're going to throw the football. And we're not even sure if we're going to run it. Like Dalvin Cook, like I'm hearing that he's on the trading block. So looks like they're going to let Kirk Cousins cook.
Yeah.
No excuses. Let Kirk cook. Marcus, I'm literally dead. No, I'm not trolling, man. Like Kirk had one of a really good season last year. Like he had probably one of his best seasons. If you're talking about me trolling when it comes to Kirk, I'm really not. He had one of his better seasons last year. He actually won some primetime games. He had some comeback wins. He did pretty well.
There's just a trade, I think.
Giants on the clock, bro.
Yeah. 24 for 25, 160 and 240. Why would they trade up a freaking spot? They kind of did what the Eagles did, dude. I don't like it.
All right.
They're gonna take Nolan Smith then, I think, or they think someone's gonna take Joey from them.
Sidebar. Boston won, beat the Celtics. I'm upset about that.
I know, I saw that.
I'm upset. I can't stand the Boston Celtics. I hope the Sixers beat them. I hope the Sixers beat them down. I'm hoping for Heat Sixers in the conference finals. That's what I'm hoping for. That's all I want to see. I don't want to see anything else. I don't want to see Boston and Miami again. I don't want to see that. I want to see a rematch. I really don't care. I want to see Heat Sixers because I want Embiid to get to the freaking conference finals for once.
I think the Giants are going to – I don't know. I want them to take Nolan Smith here, to be honest. If you're willing to trade up, like, I don't know. I feel like you got to take the ceiling player. You got to just be like – unless they just think someone's going to snag Joey. I think it's one of the two, though. One of the two guys.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, you made your comments about Dabo and ties to Penn State, and so I wouldn't be surprised there. Let's go back real quick to the Viking selection, man. Like what? Because we didn't get too much reaction. Jordan Addison. What are your thoughts on that? How do you feel about the pick?
I honestly think it was a perfect fit. Like if he was going to go anywhere, I'm kind of glad it was there because he's going to be able to come in there not being the number one guy. You know, he's not going to face double teams. He's going to be right next to Justin Jefferson in that slot, kind of just they still have KJ Osborne, so he might be the third guy. Like I don't know. The Vikings, I think it was a good landing spot for Jordan Addison. Allows him to develop under a great wide receiver like Justin Jefferson, and he's one of those guys I think takes someone like that under his wing. So I think it's a good fit, and for that reason.
Yeah, I think it's a great fit. I just don't like the pick because again, holes. Jerome saying y'all traded up for Levis.
Yeah, bro, I'd barf. Yeah, Addison's your favorite wideout in the draft.
I like him. I think he's a dog. Honestly, I think he
I like his pit tape a lot better than what he did last year, but I still.
For sure. Oh, for sure. I think he reminds me of a little bit of Devontae Adams in his style of play. I don't think he's as polished as of a route runner, but I think he's a stronger runner than Devontae Adams. But they, very similar in my opinion. I would have gone corner. I would have.
Giants picks in.
Jefferson's Diggs. I mean, he's proven that. He literally came in for Diggs, and they did not miss a beat.
Why is Head and Hooker trending? Please no.
Uh-oh. He said, please no.
Please no. I think they went with Banks, though, Avery.
Deonte Banks?
Yeah. That's my last guess.
Okay.
I don't know. I just feel they've just been in the lake to Banks and the Giants forever. This whole offseason. I saw it so many times. Quarterback help. I don't know. Everyone liked him. I don't know a lot about him, but I'm excited.
So now that Addison's off the board, you didn't get Jax. Do you still want to go wide receiver here, or do you think corner is the right pick?
I think you got to go corner. I just don't see a wide receiver worth taking here. And I think the cornerbacks would go. Both Porter Jr. and I think Banks are going to fly off the board in the next 2 or 3 picks. So I don't think you can afford the pass. Yeah. I'm excited, Jerome, honestly.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting. Best route runner between the two. Wait, who's the best route runner between the two? Who? LaMarcus?
I think you might be talking about Flowers and Addison. No?
Oh, if that's the case, yeah. I agree with that. I mean, especially because you got to take into account size when you're talking about route running. I think that's one of the things that people don't take into account. So they'll tell you certain things like, "Oh, Tyreek Hill's he's quicker, route runner than Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper's 6'2", 200 and something pounds."
Yeah,
that's why I keep trying to tell people you look at somebody like Antonio Brown versus Julio Jones. Who really is the better route runner? Is Antonio Brown cutting the way he's cutting? If he's 230 pounds on a 6'3", like we've seen Julio stop on a dime. You know what I'm saying? That has to be taken into account. The smaller guys, they better be able to stop like that.
Yeah, exactly.
They better be able to. So I think I would agree. Addison is the better route runner than Zay Flowers. If we're talking about those two, yeah, for sure. Only DB I would have ever traded up for was Jalen Ramsey in the last 10 years. I disagree. I definitely would have traded up for Sauce. Absolutely would have traded up for Sauce. I would absolutely trade up for Sauce.
The Bills just traded. The Bills just traded up with somebody. I think Jacksonville. So Jacksonville traded twice.
LaMarcus, I know you didn't just say that Jordan Addison is a better route runner than Devontae Adams. I know that's not what you are talking about right now. I know you are not coming out of your mouth saying that a proven NFL wide receiver who is constantly cooking people with his routes, constantly, you are comparing him, Addison over Smith. Oh, wait. What Smith? What Smith are we talking about here?
The Slim Reaper, Devonta Smith.
Devontae? Oh. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. But I thought he was talking about Devontae Adams. I was about to be like, what in the world is going on here? What film have you been watching? Let's see what the Giants do here.
The New York Giants select
Deonte Banks. There it is.
There you go.
There it is. I like him. Like I said, I like this kid, man. I think to me, he's probably third best in this draft, man. I like him. And I know he went to, again, not a huge school. He a dog, man. He plays football. I like it, man.
He reminds me of a Giant a little more than Joey Porter Jr. does. I don't know why. I think Banks he has a little more physicality. I think Wink's going to like that.
I like it.
Good fit.
I'm happy with it. Hey, listen, LaMarcus, I don't need to watch tape. If you're saying Jordan Addison is a better route runner than Devontae Smith, I agree 110% with you. If he gained weight, he'll be a beast. That's true. Oh, no. But I thought you were talking about Devontae Smith. What you mean, Devontae Adams? I'm like, wait a second. Devontae Smith? Yep, you're right. I agree. By a slight margin, I would put Addison above Devontae Smith, but yeah, not above Devontae Adams. I can't do that there. But yeah, let's get your reaction. Let's talk about it, Sam. Deonte Banks.
No, I'm happy. I think I trust Giants front office at this point, and that they have the right people in place now. I think they saw Banks as more of their guy, where it's just, I think the fit was really there. The type of play style that he offers is just something that would fit in with the defense, and I don't know. I'm excited. I just think it's a safe pick. I think he's going to be able to come in and play meaningful snaps right away. We need a corner. We need more coverage guys. We need more dogs like Banks. So I like it. I probably graded a B+. It's not fair.
Not mad at it. Not
B+.
mad at it. Not mad at it. I'm going to rate this just above you. I'm going to say A-, man. I like him that much. I think he tested out off the chains of the combine, like athleticism out the roof. I appreciate they not taking Joe Porter based on the name. That's cool. Porter going to Dallas. They're a big name type of team. I could see that.
Yeah, I could see that as well.
It is, but I don't think Joey's is a good corner. Ooh, he doesn't think Joey's a good corner. I agree, LaMarcus. I think he's tripping a little bit. I don't think he's the best corner in the draft, but I don't think he's the worst either. I think, like I said, I do have Banks ahead of him. I think Banks, like I said, was the third best corner in the draft, in my opinion. And we've seen 3 go before him. I think he's number 4 coming off the board as far as corners. When draft like this with CB, really take your favorite player.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I think the Giants just.
Yeah, I agree. Look at who his trainer is. All of these guys are proven. Look at JC. Mistyped it. I don't think he's a bad corner. He's good. He's a pure press corner. Absolutely. Like I said, listen, man. Deonte Banks is my guy. I've been watching. Like I said, I've been watching this film. I'm like, yeah, nah, man. I wanted him on my team. Like, if it wasn't Gonzalez was number 1 for me. And I guess you could say no. Banks was the guy that I wanted second. He was the guy that I wanted second. Yeah, I'm going to say it. I don't think he's the second best corner. He was the guy I wanted second. I would have won it. So I'm not mad at it. I like this pick, and I think you guys got a dog. I mean, this dude, again, like I said, tested off the charts, really just gets it done. Didn't matter who it was. He's like, let's get it. And I like the fact that he's a corner that embodies having a short memory. No matter what happens, like he gets beat on a play. If he gets, if somebody wins a route on him, he's like, all right, do it again. Like he just got that dog in him. He's like, all right, what's up? What are we talking about? And I like that. He's like, prove it. He's a prove it guy. Prove to me that you're better than me. I like that. Those are the type of corners I like. Getting up in the mid. And that's the biggest thing. I like he's not afraid to get up in your mid. What's up? What's up?
That's all we need. Those shut up Jerome and AJ Brown. I need D-Ha.
I don't know what that means, LaMarcus. you're speaking slang or something. I don't.
He might be talking about T.J. Hopkins.
I hope, maybe, I don't know, but that's spelled with an O, not an A. I don't know. That's kind of slang going on here.
Will Levis looks like he's having the worst night of his life right now.
Jerome said Big Paul. Yikes. All right, Bills on the clock. So who do you think the Bills are taking here? Where's the hole for you?
Well, they just took Dalton Kincaid, so that offense, I guess, needed another weapon. It kind of bumps our guy Dawson Knox down, but I swear Kincaid's going to be really good in that system.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he can stretch the field for Allen.
Dawson Knox gets traded, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think he remains.
Someone's looking for a tight end.
I don't think
Hold on. I gotta get on this part. 2 parts I want to get on this part because one, obviously, our guy over there in Baltimore, you just said his name. I'm blanking on his name already. Dawson Knox, very good tight end. I say on the RPO podcast all the time. I love Utah players, so I watch Utah a little bit more than I should as a Michigan fan. But Dalton Kincaid is a beast, and they're gonna pit that 12 personnel. They're not trading Dalton Knox. They love Dalton Knox. He's that guy. They're not trading him. They're gonna put them in a little bit more 12 personnel. With Dalton Kincaid, you can actually flex him out at receiver and have Dalton Knox inside. I actually love this pick. I actually never even thought of this, but this is a great pick. Like Buffalo, wow. I just had to go on with that one. This pick was a really good, great pick.
I like that pick a lot too. I think that was honestly the first trade up I saw tonight that was worth trading up for.
Yeah, I think
the Eagles have something to say about that.
Dude, with how dumb Chicago was just to make that trade, I don't think they would have taken Carter. They probably would have taken Wright.
Probably didn't need to trade up, but hey, when you see a guy that and you only get a first round pick for next year, why not? Just make sure you get your guy. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah, if there's anybody that reminds me of a cross between Travis Kelce and George Kittle, it's Dalton Kincaid. Like I think he's faster than Travis might be.
Very fast.
But I think he's stronger than Travis might be as well at the point of attack, and I think he might be a better blocker. I'm not 110% sure.
They're about the same with blocking, actually. Actually, Kincaid's not that good.
It's not a huge margin.
No, and that's why I think this is good because I don't think Kincaid is actually that good of a blocker. But you got Dawson Knox who's gonna block. So Jerome's weird for watching you. So I don't know what it is about them. I just love them. They've been producing some good NFL players lately. So I don't know. It's more of the defense. I love defense. They've been producing some great defensive players lately. So that's why. Yeah, it's weird. It is weird. I just start like all right, let me go.
Now, when I say that when I'm talking about the blocking, I think that I think it's a situation where I'm saying I think he's just a better blocker than Travis Kelce, but I don't think it's a huge margin. He's not George Kittle. blocking. Right, I think he's just a little bit. But I think again from because he runs harder than Travis Kelce in my opinion. That's where the George Kittle comparison comes in. Because George Kittle, when he gets the ball in his hand, he's trying to get every single daggone yard.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, Sam. What you feel?
I mean, kind of like I said, I just think it was a good pick for the Bills. I don't know if Bills fans are actually going to see that. I have a couple Bills friends texting me right now, like, what was that? And I was just explaining, like, they need more in that offense, man. You're competing against Kansas City. I mean, that's the bottom line, right? Like, you got to realize what you're competing against in fiery offenses. And the Bills, that's what held them back last year. That's what they're known for. And I think just to have another weapon like Kincaid is going to bring them to another level.
Absolutely. Jerome just really wants Will Levis off. By the way, the trade up stopped the Cowboys from getting Kincaid. Very, 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 very true. Very, very true. So thanks, Bills. I don't know if the Cowboys go Kincaid there either, though. But I mean, you could be right. I mean, they're still on the clock, so that might have messed up their draft board. So it's a possibility. So where do you think Dallas goes now?
I think Jerome kind of hit on it. I do think they're going to go with Joey Porter Jr. I don't know why. I think it's a corner that reminds me of somebody that plays for Dallas. Like, I think Dallas is.
He won't have to change any of his gear.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. And Dallas, I think, is a secondary that a lot of people think is a little bit better than they actually are just because they have Trayvon Diggs. I think they're actually weaker in the secondary than a lot of people think. And just because he's a big name, likes making plays on the ball, that guy gets beat a good amount. So
let's not forget they do have Stephon Gilmore.
Okay.
They just did trade for Stephon Gilmore, so
yeah. So I mean that kind of completes your secondary there, but I know Porter's not really a slot guy, so it's going to be interesting to see how they. I think they might go a different way then, maybe like a Brian Branch here from Alabama.
I can see it. I can see Smith from Georgia.
Michael Mayer too is another name I think I would look at here. I think
Michael Mayer. Yeah, I can see Michael Mayer. Yeah. It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be surprised if we see Brian Branch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sam, what's the scoop on JPJ? Character stuff? How is he on campus?
Actually, I know a lot of people that went to high school with him in Pittsburgh, and a lot of people have really good stuff to say about him and his whole family. So he has a bunch of younger brothers, and I heard basically that he's, kind of like a caretaker to them. Just a really good overall guy, good character. When we played really good teams last past year, Ohio State, like Auburn, there's some couple teams with a good wide receiving core. He held his own in every matchup. He really did. He's a very physical guy. Sometimes he's a little. Oh, I just saw Adam Schefter tweet on Will Levis. I didn't know if Dallas was about to slap that. That would have been crazy. But yeah, I don't know. I think Porter Jr. is going to be fine. Like, if the Giants would have taken him over Banks, I would have been just as happy. So I think if he falls in that second round, he might be that first pick in the second round. But I can't see that happening. I think there's too many teams that need him.
Yeah, I think he's a good corner.
Cowboys took Michigan D tackle Mozzie Smith. So bolster their front a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's go! I called that, bro. Yo, Cowboys love taking my Michigan guys, first of all. Second of all, Mozzie Smith, I didn't even have a first round grade on him. As a Michigan fan.
Too high, man. It's a C- pick for me.
I'll take him. Let's go. I'm out.
that lets their rushers get to the QB. 2 corners that can lock up. Trayvon Diggs cannot lock up. Oh my gosh. What? Hey man, I'm starting to question y'all football acumen here. Y'all football film acumen. Trayvon Diggs is not a man corner. He's his own corner. He is not locking nobody up. And this is not me saying he can't play man. He can play man, but that is not his strong suit. Gilmore, yeah, he can lock up a little bit, but not Trayvon Diggs. No. I know I'm old, out of shape, and I know I could get open on Trayvon Diggs. If he was playing me in man coverage the entire game, I guarantee out of 10 routes, I'm going to get open on 6. Guarantee it. And that's not a slight to him. He likes that when it comes to zone. When it comes to zone, and when he's locked into a game, like he really get down here. But man is not his strong suit. I'm a Bama fan. Like that's not what he do.
Yeah.
Not what he do. All right. Well, Mozzie Smith. I don't. This is like a C minus, almost D plus pick because I didn't have him going in the first round. I like the guy. I mean, I'm a Michigan fan too. I really do like Michigan. I'm Bama first, Roll Tide, but Michigan would be number 2. So I like the film that he put on tape, but he was like a second, third round guy for me. Mm-hmm. And so I think this is a reach. That's why I think it's a C. Like me, this seemed like you wanted Kincaid and didn't know what to do, and went with the next guy on your board, which you probably wouldn't get in the second round, and just made the pick in the first round.
Yeah,
like, that's what it looks like to me. It's like, oh man, our first round guy is gone. All right, let's get our second round guy. Like. But I feel like there's other players on the board that you could have taken and still gotten him. Nolan Smith or Brian Branch to the Eagles.
Yeah, dude, if they get Nolan Smith too.
Listen, I don't like Nolan Smith there.
Yeah.
Because that's just unfair. Also, I mean, do we think he's going to do well in the slot? I think Brian Branch would be a better pick. And that would be dangerous. I mean, you really just replaced C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Like, you really just rebuilt your defense, your Super Bowl defense, your top 5 caliber defense from last year if you get Brian Branch. I think that's the better pick. I think, in my opinion.
I do too. I think that's where they're going to lean, honestly. I think just because that's what Jerome's been wishing for is just going to happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at all. I wouldn't be surprised if they take what is running back Devin. Last name starts with an A. I'm gapping his last name. Oh God. Oh.
Where's he from, Avery?
I want to say Texas Tech, but I could be completely off. Texas A&M.
Okay.
Devin, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Akane, Achan, I don't know. Achani, I don't know. Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if they take him. If the Eagles, I'm talking about if they take him, I think he's a solid running back. He can move. A-Chain, okay. By the way, my mock didn't have that, and I didn't say it was positive. But yeah, I think the Eagles could go there. I think this guy again, he can just fly. Smaller guy, 5'9", $180, 85, maybe $190 now. So he's a smaller guy, but I think he can behind that line. Yeah, I think he can do some really good things behind that Eagles line. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go there either. But I do think I do think they should go safe.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Jacksonville's picks in right now. Cincinnati's on deck, and then the Saints, Eagles, and Chiefs, and that will be it for round one.
All right. This is a longer round for us than the previous years. I remember previous years we were done around 11 o'clock. It's almost 11:30 now. Nolan Smith is at play with the Saints. It's a good pickup for them. But let's see what the Jags do here. What are we thinking here with the Jags?
Honestly, I want to recognize that the Jags have traded back tonight and gotten some more picks. So I want to, that was smart of them, and I think they had a pretty good draft just by doing that and kind of taking advantage of those teams that wanted to trade up one position. But here, it's tough. I mean, if I'm thinking maybe Miles Murphy. I think he would help Jacksonville defense just kind of, get a couple more players on it. I think they're just a little short on that side of the ball. And the offense was not the problem last year at all. I think they were really finding a groove at the end of the year. And they could find weapons like that, I think, later in this draft. And I think it would be smarter for them to, try to get, a premier defensive player right here if they can. Let's see what they do.
Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
Cam Robinson just got suspended, their starting left tackle, 2 days ago. So I guess the move makes sense for them.
Yeah, I was just about to say he'll probably end up getting cut.
Yeah,
for suspension. Like I think
it was PEDs or something. So
yeah, he'll probably end up getting released. And if they don't, you still got two great tackles.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see. But I don't see Cam Robinson there past this year. I mean, even if he plays this year, I don't see him past this year. But we will see what happens with it. So yeah, Cam Smith fits more to Jags for me. Yeah, I guess I can see it. Yeah, I can agree with you there. I can agree with you there, Jerome. Yeah, there's been all over the place in Monks. Yeah, I mean, he's a versatile lineman. That's the good. I mean, he's obviously best suited at tackle, but you could see him playing guard. Well, I think he moves his feet well. I question his strength. I question his at the point of attack. I should say, not like holistically, but at the point of attack. I think he's way more of a finesse type of guy than he is a power type of guy. But I think he's absolutely serviceable. And I think you needed to replace Cam. So, I mean, with what Trevor Lawrence did last year and with what the Jags as a whole did last year, you kind of want to build on that. You don't want to lose that momentum just because somebody, got suspended. So,
yeah,
not mad at it. So Bengals on the clock now. And what do you think the Bengals are going to do here, Sam?
I'm thinking O-line or cornerback maybe again.
I actually don't. I'm thinking this is where we might see Brian Branch. I mean, Jesse Bates is no longer there, so I'm thinking we could see Brian Branch go in here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see corner either.
I kind of hope Brian Branch goes here so he doesn't go to the Eagles.
But no, I agree with you. I think defense is the pick, if not O-line, right? If you're not gonna go O-line here, which I don't think they will, because I think.
Sorry, they went with Miles Murphy, which I like too.
Again, not mad at it.
Yeah,
not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. They do need some more pass rush, but I think I still probably would have went, back end defense.
Yeah.
Over D line, but Miles Murphy is a really, really good prospect. I think he's got a high. I don't even say a high ceiling. He's got a ceiling of, let's say, I'm gapping his name right now. Oh, I have him right in, ceiling. Okay, floor Montez Sweat, right? I think floor Montez Sweat, but ceiling, I could see. Oh God, what is this daggone name? Why am I gapping his name?
What team?
He got traded to the Seahawks, I believe. Goodness gracious, I'm gapping it, and that's how you know it's getting late. It's 11:30, ladies and gentlemen. Which is actually at a place play for the Bengals, also Maris too. Yeah, I would have liked Banks, Branch to go there, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Indeed. Well, the Bengals picks. Oh, the Saints are up now. I'm trying to think. Jerome briefly mentioned that they're in the mix for Nolan Smith. I think that's just a smart pick here. Continue to build that defense. You got some weapons in offense. Oh man,
Nolan Smith. If not Nolan Smith,
sniffing Brian Branch yet? You sniffing him? You smell him?
I wouldn't be surprised.
There's 2 guys on the board right now. Just saying. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we trade back either, though. To be honest.
I wouldn't be surprised if New Orleans goes Keely Ringo here. To be honest, I think it's just a different. I think it.
Nolan Smith there, yeah.
I think
their
it fits.
type of end. I think that they would probably get somebody like that here.
Jerome, you think the Birds could take Joey Porter Jr.?
Yeah, actually, I think that's a possibility. I mean, it'd be kind of a luxury pick. Just kind of make sure that we have somebody behind our 2 guys again, kind of long in the tooth at this point.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
I wouldn't love it.
Avonte Maddox is, to me, I think he's the best slot corner in the NFL, and I think Bradbury and Slay have proven themselves to be 2 top tier. I mean, they were top 10, both of them, in the NFL last year, from a PFF standpoint. So
I would rather get Branch. I would rather have Branch.
Yeah, I would like.
This is the thing. I heard about this too, and I was thinking about it. I was like, man, this actually makes sense. Like, every time the Eagles were good, we always had a dominant safety. Think about that. Dawkins.
I won't say something.
We had Dawkins. We were good when we had Malcolm Jenkins, and we were good when we had TJ Garner-Johnson.
Yeah, I wouldn't call CJ dominant.
Dude, he led the team. He led the NFL in interceptions, and he missed 6 games.
He also played on a defense who had a front 7 that was absolutely.
No. And dude, I get that. But
2 corners who could lock
I'm not saying he's dominant, but he was dominant for us this last year. He was a dominant player for us last year.
Gotcha.
Was that going to continue this year again? Who knows? Gotcha. We never know. I don't know how he's going to play on the line. But what I'm saying is, every time we had success, we always had a dominant safety in position when we were very successful. So I would love Branch here. We'll see. I'm gonna get off, and I'm actually gonna mute you guys because I'm behind on my thing, and I want to watch it on TV. So I'll get on a little delayed.
This guy wants to get his. He doesn't want us to spoil his pick.
I want to get the actual feels. I want to hear y'all black. The Eagles got Brian. I want to be like, the Eagles got Brian Branch, and me yelling like, ah, like, you know what I'm saying?
Boo! How about that,
guys?
How about that? Anyway, this guy. My. So yeah, Saints on the clock here. I don't know if you were finished your take as far as who do you think they take here. I know you talked briefly about Nolan Smith. Is there anybody else that you kind of think? Like I said, I think maybe Keely Ringo.
Yeah.
But is there anybody else?
Yeah, I think Ringo would work actually pretty well here. Maybe offensive line. I'm trying to think if the Saints really have guys up front. No, I think honestly I would like Ringo here. I mean, I just think something like that would be smart. The Saints are in a weird spot too. Like
They really are.
they really are.
Yeah. I mean, I actually wouldn't be surprised even if they go receiver here. Michael Thomas at this point, man, it's like, bruh, like what are we doing? Like he's getting paid for just to sit on the sideline and you know it's ridiculous. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go wide receiver here to try to stem the tide if in the event that he's hurt again or whatever. I guess we'll see. But the pick is in, so we'll see what they do here. I do think they have a lot of holes. I hope they are. I'm a homer. I'm a Falcons fan. I hope they stink next year. Hope they stink. Ringo in it. Sorry, Cam Smith way better. I mean, I guess fit though. I guess I'm going based on fit. I think Keely Ringo fits better in New England.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think Keely Ringo's better than Cam Smith. I honestly don't think it's a clear cut who's better or who's worse. I think both guys have strengths.
The Saints just took Brian Breesy.
There you go.
They took Brian Breesy.
Solid again. Solid. I'm not because I think defensively they have some holes. So not mad at it. I still hope they stink. I hope they absolutely wet the bed next year.
Yeah.
They suck. Hope they suck. I hope they go.
I don't think you'll have much to worry about, honestly.
And the reason I say this is I think they're our biggest threat in the division.
Yeah.
Especially because their defense is still just that good. The Bucs, without Tom Brady, I'm not sold on anybody that they have at the helm right now. The Panthers, though they got Bryce Young, he's still a young rookie quarterback. And if they win the division, I might again denounce myself as a Falcons fan if they lose the division to a rookie quarterback. So I think our biggest threat to win the division is the Saints, and so I'm hoping that the Saints are absolute crap, and that we can steal the division win, sneak into the playoffs. And
I gotta say though, one thing about the Saints, I have a weird feeling their offense is going to be good this year.
Absolutely, they got a quarterback. They've got a quarterback. I'm hoping that they stay. As of right now, they probably have to be the favorites in the division with that defense, with a veteran quarterback, with
Olave. They still have guys. You know what I mean?
I think they've got to be. Yeah, I think they've got to be the favorite at right now, and it hurts to say as a Falcons fan. So, but I'm just hoping that they wet the bed. I'm hoping we sweep them. I'm hoping Desmond Ridder shows people that he's the next Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers. Well, more so Patrick Mahomes. And I hope we get busy. I hope we get busy. I hope we average 35 points a game. I hope we average holding teams to 10 points a game or less. That's just my hope.
Mm-hmm.
Reality of that happening, not highly likely right now, the way our roster is constructed. But who knows? Bijan Robinson might open things up, and we might get down and dirty. And again, got the rest of this draft, so I will say that I trust Terry. Terry has been absolutely phenomenal as a GM since coming over from the Saints, and he knows the Saints, better than anybody would know him because he drafted most of those guys that are there. So and I trust Arthur on the offense, especially to run the football. So I think there's a possibility for us to make some noise. I just hope that the Saints stink.
Yeah.
Because everybody in the division, they're the ones I hate the most. The New Orleans Saints.
That's fair.
Can't stand them. But the Philadelphia Eagles are now on the clock. I don't think anybody here cares. But you know, they are on the clock. So
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Nolan Smith.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's going to be Nolan or Branch. I don't think it's anybody else, honestly. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they go wide receiver. I doubt it after just bringing in Olamide Zaccheaus from the Falcons. So I don't think they go wide receiver here, but I could see it. But I think it's definitely going to be defense.
I'm watching a clip of Micah Parsons on some show right now during the draft. When the Eagles took Jalen Carter, he just walked off. They're trying to give him hugs and stuff. He's like, "Nah, I gotta go. It's gonna be a long night."
That's funny. He knows what it is.
Yeah, he knows.
He knows what it is. It's like they just got Jalen Carter. Like the Bears just let this. The Bears just gave the Eagles Jalen Carter for a 4th round pick.
With the Bears' luck, too, Darnell Wright will bust. Like so, but like
right. Like, are we serious right now? I don't even want to talk about that anymore. But the
Eagles are really working this clock right now too, so they're definitely making calls.
That's the one for me. Oh God.
Someone just texted me and said, "Do you think Levis bought 2 suits?"
Nah. That's funny. That's funny. If I'm Will Levis, I don't change my suit. I don't shower. No. Like that'll show a team. Oh, he's serious. Oh, he's serious. And I go on stage undone. I get drafted undone. Top button undone. Tie loose, like everything. The cuff links off, cuffs undone. Just go up there. I don't even put the hat on. I don't
either.
I just hold it. I'm like, all right, let's get it. Let's get it. All right, come on, Eagles.
I mean, the one thing I like about the Saints pick and Brian Bresee is that I don't know if you know his story, but that guy's been through a whole lot, and just for him to still be able to, be a 1st-round pick and have a successful career at Clemson and have a pretty good combine, I think says a lot. Like, the guy tore his ACL in 2021, and he had shoulder surgery last year, and then had a kidney infection and missed a bunch of games last year. And his sister passed away from cancer last year. I mean, it's a shame. It's a pretty sad story, but the guy's battle tested and he's going to be ready for whatever challenges he has to face in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think the question just becomes is like with the injury history, hopefully it doesn't continue in the NFL. Hopefully you can stay healthy and be a guy that can bring some stability to your team at the position. The Eagles pick is in. They're clapping it up in the
Nolan Smith. It is.
It is Nolan Smith. I don't like it. I don't like it, but Jerome is going to be ecstatic. Jerome is going to be ecstatic here. Again, not because I don't think he should be there. I don't like it because it's unfair.
Yep.
It's literally all Georgia D-line. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. What's happening here? Their front 7 is SEC riddled. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's sick.
Well,
man, oh man. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm going to wait for Commissioner Roger Goodell to come up and announce this pick. And then I'm just going to allow Jerome to to kindly and probably not humbly, probably very arrogantly and chauvinistically bring himself into the room to see his reaction. If he hasn't gotten it already, I mean, he may have, but we will see. Even though he said he muted us, so
Yeah.
we'll see what happens here. But Eagles got the people out. Does she have a headset mic on? What's going on here? What's that on her face?
Mama Kelsey with a mic, it looks like.
She's got a mic on. That's different. That's different. First of all, Mama Kelsey is the best. She's so great.
I agree.
Watching her two boys play in the Super Bowl, man, she absolutely man, that was amazing. It was amazing to see. I'm not even gonna lie.
Really was.
Dude Perfect. Those guys are funny. Very creative.
Yeah.
Very creative. All right, let's get to the pick. Haha, Treese and Kelsey, Travis Kelsey coin. That's funny. They flip the coin. And it's Travis Kelsey. I don't know what they were talking about. I couldn't hear anything. My homie just texted me. He's an Eagles fan. He said Eagles had the best draft. I disagree. I still think the Texans. I think the Texans win right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, great draft. Yeah.
The Eagles just Alabama on offense and Georgia on defense at this point.
Right. I don't want to hear it.
Atlanta, Philly, baby! Atlanta, Philly, baby! Oh, Sam. You might want to get another quarterback just in case.
Just in case. Daniel Jones.
Get another quarterback just in case. Let's go. I love my team, baby. Woo! Go Bulldogs. I'm going to have to be a Bulldog fan. Let's go. I'm getting text right now. I got to go.
Man, look, I'm sick. I'm sick, man. I'm sick. No, we're bringing you back on. You need to talk about this.
First me back on.
Yeah, don't just come out here and just start gloating. We need reactions. We need more reactions.
Yes. I love it. Hassan Reddick comparison. I love that part about him. So the Eagles already kind of know what to do with him. It's funny because one, I actually interviewed him. Me and Avery actually when we was down there at ING Academy. So we know him from ING Academy. It's very ironic because during the combine, I was actually at ING Academy for their combine, so it was at the same time. And while I was there during their combine, Nolan Smith did his combine and ran at 4.43. And I was like showing everybody my phone, like, did you guys see this? And like, everybody's like, what? And I'm like, dude, he just ran a 4.43, like a wide receiver. Like, insane. And I think it's the perfect position because, a lot of people was, one, worried about the injury. Two people was worried about the fact that, he only got 3 sacks last year. I'm like, well, yeah, because he was, one, injured. And two, he wasn't the guy there, and he didn't need to be. And he's going to the same exact situation where he don't need to be the guy. He just needs to get pressure on people and get around people. So I love this pick, dude. Like Georgia Bulldogs and the Eagles, man, it's crazy, crazy, crazy. I slightly would have loved Brian Branch here a little bit more, but hey, you never know. Second round, trade up. Safeties don't typically go in the first round anyway, that often. So I'm ecstatic. I'm ecstatic. I'm trying not to yell in you guys' ears too. So
Yeah, whatever.
why y'all being so quiet? You put me back on, like give me feedback. Like, do you hate it? What you think? I didn't hear y'all part of it because I was just trying to listen. So just trying to.
I gave my feedback. I hate the pick, not because of the pick. I hate that y'all got him. I hate that y'all got him. I'm pissed that y'all got him. I get it though. See, it's a good pick.
Boy.
Yeah, that's all I got to say, Sam.
Boy.
For me, it's just not something I'm looking forward to watching next year. I mean, it's just going to be a disaster trying to block it. Like, it's like, I don't know. I might need to bring Saquon back just to block now.
Yeah. You know, it was funny. It was at one point. I meant to tell you this yesterday, Sam. It was a weird couple of people was actually mocking Bijan to the Giants. I was like, huh? It was very weird, and I wanted to ask your opinion if that happened. I know obviously it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it would happen, but like if it did happen, how would you feel about that?
I'd be very confused. It just wouldn't make sense at all to me.
Like, yeah, and actually it was like experts. Like it wasn't just like random mock drafters. It was some experts saying that. I was like, huh? Like,
yeah.
I think actually one of them was Lance Zierlein, if you know who that is.
Yeah, I knew who that is.
He was the one that mocked him too.
Yeah, that's whack. I'd rather have Kenny Gainwell and Boston Scott than Saquon right now.
No, yeah. So man. I mean, the way the draft was coming down to it, I was just like, this is like falling right exactly what we need. And boy, oh boy. I mean, y'all gonna have to make sure that the field is the same that it was in the Super Bowl all year again, because that was literally the only way anybody stopped our pass this year. So I think it's gonna be the same this year, man.
The Chiefs took that what's his name, Felix and Duque Zuma from TCU.
Kansas
State.
Nice.
That's a good pick. I like that pick.
Solid pick.
I like that pick. That's a really solid pick for them.
I wish I actually had the graphic for him because he's a really good player.
That's a solid pick for them. I like it.
I do.
All right,
too.
I'm going. I'm out.
Peace. Well, there you have it, folks. The Eagles, I think, absolutely have been the number 2 team in this draft, in my opinion. I think the Texans were number 1. I think it's clear cut the Eagles got number 2. I don't think it's close. I guess you can make a case for the Panthers. They got their guy. They got the guy.
Yeah.
So I guess you can make a case, but Eagles got 2 absolute studs.
Yeah, and they didn't really have to. They just sat there and let everything slide to them.
Literally traded up 1 pick, traded a 4th round pick to get the best T tackle in the draft, maybe the best D tackle. I mean, he could be a top 10 D tackle his rookie year.
He could be the best D lineman in the draft. But
they
definitely won it. Like, there's not really a dispute you can make. I like what Seattle did too. That's another team I'll mention.
Yeah, I would say Seattle, but I'll probably put them at a 3, maybe 4. Okay. But I think the top 2 are easily the Texans and the Eagles, and I think the Texans. Yeah, I think the Texans hit a home run. I think the Texans hit an absolute grand slam.
I do too.
Yeah, they were phenomenal. I do like, though. Man. Oh, that's how you know I'm getting old and it's getting late. Back tightening up on me and everything like that.
It's been 4 hours on the dot, so I it's crazy.
Yeah, man. I think I hate some of these picks in here. Like I really hate some of them. I think so far I don't like what the Ravens did.
Yeah.
So I don't like it at all. And here's the thing: he may translate well for them. He may be a game changer because he's a really good receiver. Zay Jones is a really good receiver. But I just Baltimore just wasn't the fit for me. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Very entertaining first round though. Altogether, I thought it was very entertaining, fun to watch.
Yeah, all told, definitely very entertaining. Definitely one for the ages. Before we get to the last pick, what has been your standout moment of the draft?
I think it's when Arizona moved. Or yeah, it's when like that happened and when Stroud was taken by the Texans. I give the Texans credit and their front office credit. They could have taken the easy way out. They could have taken the best player available and just kind of been like, we're gonna stink either way. But they they put their money where their mouth is. They got CJ Stroud and they were, kind of just saying, hey, like we believe in this guy and it's gonna be competitive like training camp for Houston. And I think that's really good for their team and their franchise just as a whole.
Yeah, I think it's a very going to be a very competitive camp. I think they went CJ Stroud because they had to, obviously replace Deshaun Watson. I mean, he's similar type of build. I think somebody who can throw from the pocket. He might be a better pocket passer than Deshaun Watson, to be honest.
Yeah.
And you don't lose much when it comes to the athletic ability and being able to run. He's got an arm. Yeah, and then Will Anderson, I mean, they still haven't replaced J.J. Watt, so I think that's just really good. But I think Felix Uzuma, man, for the Chiefs, I like this. I really like this pick, man. Him and Chris Jones, I think, yeah, man, I like this.
I think they're like what the Chiefs are doing with their defense. I like a lot. Like I think they're really trying. They're starting to build a pretty strong defense, and
Yeah.
if that becomes a strength of their team, then it's I don't know if you could really stop the Chiefs either.
Yeah, I think they've realized something. We have Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Right. Like, there's not much we need to do. I think they've realized they've gotten the realization that I think that the Patriots had early in the early 2000s. Right. We don't need to get Tom Brady weapons. He made Deion Branch a Pro Bowler. Like, we don't need to get him weapons. He doesn't need any weapons.
Yeah.
Tom Brady. We need a solid defense around him and a good running game. And I think they're starting to realize that with Patrick Mahomes, he had one of his best seasons ever without Tyreek Hill. And everybody thought, there was going to be this fall off, and Travis Kelce wasn't going to have the
good of a year. Yeah. No.
All these things. And Pat Mahomes said, "Okay, hold my beer." Right? And was phenomenal. Like,
really was.
Won a freaking Super Bowl. Phenomenal. Not like just, oh yeah, they got to the playoffs and were like, they won the Super Bowl. And so, name their leading receiver.
Yeah. Like, it was different every game, pretty much.
Obviously, Travis Kelce.
Yeah. I still like what Sky Moore can do potentially in the future. I like what Kadarius Toney can do, former Giant. I mean, that team overall, they're building something really special. And we might see another Eagles-Chiefs rematch, dude.
We might. We just might. And you got Isaiah Pacheco, Jersey.
Yeah.
He just came into his own. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is obviously still doing his thing. He's just a serviceable back. He's not somebody you're probably not going to get 1,000 and 1,500 yards from him, but he's just a serviceable back.
They'll get somebody in these later rounds too. They'll find somebody.
Absolutely. And I think you're right, man. They're building a defense. You give Patrick Mahomes a defense, man.
Yeah.
Man, oh
Well,
man. Right here, I think the Steelers, with this last pick.
I think that pick's tomorrow.
Oh, you're right. With that,
We're done.
well, we're done. We are done. Man, that was interesting. But actually, let's talk about it.
Yeah, we could talk about it. I think they should take Joey Porter Jr.
I like it.
PA connection. I think the Steelers definitely did their homework on him. I
like
think he reminds me of a physical type of player that Mike Tomlin would love to add to his defense. I think it kind of checks all the boxes there.
Here's where I'm going to say, I'm gonna call it now. I'm gonna put it on here while we are live. This is what I think is gonna happen.
Keely Ringo.
Yep.
I think they're going corner. There's some like him and Joey Porter Jr. probably are still.
And
I think we both have first round grades of both of them. I think we agree with that.
Oh yeah, sure. I think, and the reason I think is because he's a bigger guy, and he's just got that physicality. I think that Pittsburgh likes. They like some guys that are
Yeah, I agree.
Come down and hit and do different things like that. And I think Keely Ringo can do that. So that's why I think it will be the first pick tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow should be insane too, though. Definitely.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. And if Joey does go, I mean, you stay within state. You talking about you talk about a homegrown like that.
Yeah, he's actually from Pittsburgh. That'd
Yeah,
be
he's from
crazy
Pittsburgh.
story.
Went to Penn State and then gets drafted by his home team. I don't know if he's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, but
I'm sure he is. Yeah,
that would be absolutely. I mean, could you beat it?
No, probably not.
That'd be absolutely great. But man, listen, it's been a pleasure to do this with you again, Sam.
Yep.
Every year, you're absolutely phenomenal with it. I appreciate you jumping on and doing this with us. It was a pleasure. Very interesting draft. I'm looking forward to the next 5 rounds, 6 rounds.
Yeah.
It'll be a blast. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for us from the live Inside the Hashes draft selection show. Please go follow us on all of your social media platforms. Listen, you can listen to us on Spotify. You can follow us on YouTube. Again, go to all your social media platforms. Inside the Hashes on Facebook and Instagram. Inside Hashes on Twitter. And please check out the website, www.insidethehashes.com. You'll get all of your football needs right there, literally. Blogs, gaming, podcasts, player interviews. Some of the guys that just got drafted, literally, we interviewed Nolan Smith back when he was at IMG Academy. Now he's a Philadelphia Eagle. So it all comes full circle. So, yes, please go check out the website. And again, go to the YouTube channel, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and turn on your notifications. That way you can know when we are going live and you can get your comments in on this stream. And if you can't do those things all at once, then do that right there. Go ahead and scan that QR code right there in the corner. Scan that QR code. It'll take you exactly where you need to be. But I think this is going to wrap us up for the evening. Sam, it's been absolutely a pleasure to do this with you. Bid the people farewell. And
the rest of the draft really should be interesting. There's a lot of great prospects left. So had a blast tonight, and I'm excited for tomorrow and this weekend.
You and me both. For Sam Kirk, my name is Avery Collins. This is the Inside the Hashes draft reaction. So we are out.